Alright, welcome to Loyal Legends 151. Right, I'm gonna mute myself on my stream here, so yeah. Let's start off with taking a quick look at the maps. We do have a couple of standard maps, very well-known maps, Gorge, Cliffside, obviously Dry Arabia. But then there's also some maps that are possibly not as well known, Scandinavia in the King of the North variant, as well as Oasis, who I just looked up yesterday, which I just looked up yesterday, used to be in the ladder ranked map pool in season 5 and 6. So it is a little bit of a weird map, but it actually had been part of the ladder rotation at some point. We're gonna take a look at that a little bit later in game. I'm really excited for that one in particular, just because I think it's a very fun map and very, very different than from what we usually see. If we're taking a quick look at the brackets, also at the players, we can see here in the top bracket. We have 8 players, some very well-known players as well here in either the top bracket or in the War Chief Club. But there's also some people who typically wouldn't necessarily be in the top bracket, like Volodya and Zimrathan, who is a regular in the middle bracket. But he's specifically asked to be put in the top bracket to have some better practice against some better players, so I really respect that. Let's switch to the middle bracket. Just 1 second. And there we have 6 players. Some of them are also regular, some of them are new. For example, Lemtree is a new player here. Sherlock has been a regular, lykos and Nito has been here a couple times, and Cristian Hormiga hasn't been playing for a long time, in Loyal Legends at least, so he returned after a longer absence, so I'm excited to hopefully also watch some games from him. And if we're now switching to the bottom bracket, we have Mitra, who also played a couple times. Ashe player is a new player as well, Sheik. Djibouti is a new player. csthelord is a very regular player as well as Buddhaman, and BurkeSooty has also been part of at least one Loyal Legends. And yeah, with that, let's take a quick look if we can find some of the players. Hopefully are in game by now. Let's check real quick my friend list if we have something there. You know what? Why not start with the middle bracket? Cristian Hormiga against Nito. So let's switch that over here to the middle bracket because they're in game, and so why not waste or stop wasting more time and then just jump right into it. And there we have the loading screen. So as I said earlier, first round Swiss is Gorge, and now we see here Nito playing the Ayyubids in orange on the right side of Gorge, moving out with his villagers to stone. Very, very interesting. We're gonna move back to that in a little bit. Cristian Hormiga on the other side playing the Macedonian Dynasty, starting with the Varangian War Camp, which is functioning at first just as a house, giving you the 10 pop, but then also later on giving you reinforcements in the form of Varangian units. But obviously that's just going to play a role a little bit later. He could actually have put the mining camp in between here and save one mining camp, not the biggest deal. Either way, he's gonna put the... Does that fit? I do wonder if you can put the arsenal in between. Or maybe he just puts it here and then... Either way. We're gonna move to that later. So yeah, 50 stone taken. So that's probably gonna be for arrow slits. That would be my guess. But we're gonna find out. eventually. First of all, we're gonna see the House of Wisdom. He didn't split the villages here, so it kinda looks like he's not going to look for the growth wing. Let's switch that over to the villager graph. So yeah, 8-2 and then 7-2, and this one is moving over to gold as well. So nothing too crazy for now. We're looking at the scouting pattern. Nito went over to the left side and then all the way around to figure out where his opponent has his resources. And interestingly enough, all of the resources, the berries, the gold and the stone, is on the left side of Cristian's base. So on the right side and in the front there's the small wood line here, but other than that there's nothing here. On the right side there's no resources, so any early aggression that Nito may be looking for can be put down on the left side. Macedonians could go for the berries if they didn't go for the hippodrome. With the Grand Winery, they usually like to go on the berries as well. They're a little bit different, of course, as the Byzantines, so they're not as reliant on the berries, but they could do that if they want to. But Cristian looking for the Imperial Hippodrome and some early aggression. And on the other side, we're getting close to the resources that Ayyubids would need for the age up. A little bit over chopping on gold in a sense. So not the cleanest build, but logistics coming up. So 2 dervishes gonna hit the field. The other option that would make sense in this situation would be the reinforcement wing with the desert raiders. If you're not going for the growth wing, then that more or less leaves you for the reinforcement wing. There was a time where Master Smiths got experimented with a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's still the case. And scouting for Cristian was kind of the other way around, so he went on the right side and then circled around the base of his opponent. And so both players should have a more or less equal amount of sheep. I think he dropped some off already. But either way, Ayyubids going on the berries is not as reliant on the berries either. And we do actually see that the survival technique is coming up, which, oh yeah, there you go. So yeah, Cristian already on the deer, very far out in the middle of the map almost. So a little bit of a ballsy move here with the 4 villagers. Again, if we had the desert raiders, this would be denied really quickly. But as it is, Cristian actually should be fine. Yeah, again, interesting choice here with the Varangian Arsenal. You usually wanna, if you have the gold and stone that close to each other, you wanna put it in between, so you build only one, and then it works for both. It's not that you need to have it for like one Varangian Arsenal for each mining camp. That's not how it works. It's just that the resources that get dropped off here generate income over time in silver. And so you can actually have multiple mining camps around one single arsenal. It's just, yeah, it doesn't matter. So I could have placed it a little bit more towards the front, but then maybe it's also exposed. Maybe he's thinking about that as well. Also very heavy on gold. So either he wants to get as much gold as he needs for Castle Age, if he's looking for a fast Castle Age player against Ayyubids, or maybe he just wants to get as much silver as quickly as possible. I'm not sure what exactly he's planning to do with that. The scout almost losing his life, but then again it's the Hippodrome scout, so a lot more beefy. There we have the arrow slit, so that's what the 50 stone was for. I don't really think that was necessary, but that's what he decided to go for. And yeah, Cristian pulling more villagers to the front. He saw that there's the dervishes, so he knows that this is not something that he needs to abandon soon because there's no desert raiders, so he maybe then pull some more villages. Also, he pulled some from gold as well. So just shifting his macro a little bit is again very heavy on gold. Now going for the wheelbarrow. Nito on the other side has not clicked any upgrades so far. Very interesting. Alright, there you have it. So, industry wing coming up. So he's gonna get some nice resources here. Basically a town center and a little bit more. And that's his castle age choice. So again, still no desert raiders. And the question is, can he defend that? I mean, yes, you're getting a town center for free. That's kind of nice. First villager going down here in this small raid with the horsemen. But then you're definitely pushed into your base. You have 2 TCs, you can produce villages as much as you want. But Macedonians are probably gonna run away with the game at that point. So far, no unit has died here. Super beefy units here. Well, actually, no. As I'm saying that, of course, there were some casualties here, just being hidden by the House of Wisdom. But overall, causing some idle time, killing 2 villagers. That's not the worst that you can do. He does see that there's one of the eco wings coming up, so he knows there's either growth or industry. And so he knows, okay, my opponent is going up to castle age, which means I either have to, add some more aggression to starve him off gold once he hits castle age, or you just go castle age yourself. 17 on food now, so this is gonna be depleted really fast. And then he might, I hope he doesn't go to this deer pack. That's really far out there. So he probably, he's making his way over, going to this deer pack. There's also a boar over there, so a lot of good food sources here for him. Third villager going down as the A-jump comes in. There's a stable that was about to get this constructed, but that was denied for the time being. And yeah, you can see how much damage you can do with just a handful of horsemen. I mean, to be fair, of course, there's also the Hippodrome horsemen, so that is a lot more health, a lot more damage. But still, it's a very basic unit, and you can do a lot of damage with that. So definitely some kind of underrated unit, you could say, at least in lower leagues. And halfway towards the castle age. Yeah, so all the villagers now have to move over. The boar is getting killed with just 4 villagers, so without the macroing here, gotta lose another villager as well. Yeah, pulling the fallen villager, that's unfortunate. So had the right idea, the execution wasn't on point. But yeah, basically went down to almost no food income here. Because the deer almost ran out, and so just a little bit of a delayed castle age timing. It's gonna be interesting to see where he's gonna put down the Golden Horn Tower. Because there's a couple of points where you usually could put it, but then it's super far outside of your base and may not really be of use to you. Not to mention with the rally points and all that, so it's a little bit tricky on Gorge to find a good placement for the Golden Horn Tower. You know, we do have Camel Lancers, and they're really strong and really good against the Horsemen here. Hippodrome Scout taking the fight, but might be able to get away. Meanwhile, the Dervish also should not be in trouble. That's an okay placement for the Golden Horn Tower, very defensively. But yeah, definitely not the worst. Securing the gold and the stone, and overall just securing your base just a little bit more later on when you will have farms around here, the Golden Horn Tower, basically being a budget white tower in a sense, as this kind of defensive landmark. Nito, while all of this was going on, knows exactly what is happening here, so if he can spare a moment and pull a Camel Lancer over there, or maybe a Desert Raider, that would be really, really huge. But for now, he just has the intel and cannot really do anything with that at the moment. Yeah, Camel Lancer is just hunting the units down. Meanwhile, we do have relics being picked up. There you go, with the Dervish. So one relic is already in Nito's possession. 2 more are following suit. And Cristian might actually, I don't even know if he will be able to get some relics. He doesn't have the Grand Winery, and so he cannot easily produce monks. So he would have to go for a monastery, and that's a big investment right now. So not the highest priority for him right now. Meanwhile, the scout is trying to find some more angles of attack, something where he can raid, where he can do damage, because this is a very annoying position with the outpost. With the arrow slits, the outpost and all that, and then you have the wood line, which is kind of close to your town center, so that is also not the unsafest position in a sense. And there the first Ritari have hit the field. Camel Lancers now are trying to actually go over to the deer and the boar, but yeah, running face first into the Ritari is not fun. So one Camel Lancer will most likely... No, I mean, he should die if you're taking the throwing axe out, then it would die for sure, but even so, not making it out alive. These archers are on a mission. I don't know what kind of mission, but they are on a mission. Yeah, now we really have to actually retreat here, the Camel Lancers, at least for the time being, without any real counter. Too strong to just deal with them that way. You don't want to lose the Vidari here. They're kind of expensive. They're expensive, as expensive as knights. They are a little bit more heavy in gold, but then they also cost 10 less food. So overall, same cost as a knight, just a little bit more gold heavy. And either way, yeah, obviously you don't want to lose them. We do have a few of the stable upgrades already, so the Ritari getting just a little bit extra health, extra damage and armor. And meanwhile, where's the... So still do have the 2 dervishes here, so this relic could also be picked up, and then there's one over here in the corner that Nito definitely could get. Meanwhile, his 2 dervishes are just standing here in the sacred side, which is not really what you want to do. You want to split them up because, yeah, you're not getting the sacred side any faster if you have multiple religious units on there. So you might as well just pull them somewhere else. Archers dealing with the Alchemagro, and then you have the Ritari and the crossbows from the Golden Horn Tower, which there's not the army mass that you would need, but at the same time Cristian doing a counter raid here, killing some more villagers, but then also running again into the Camel Lancers, which is not fun. There's no runestone here, so that's one thing that you could utilize. Well, actually, never mind, you cannot do that still. Still need to lose more, well, rather kill more units with Varangians, and they're not Varangian units, so runestone's not actually yet been enabled. Or not a good fight here for the Ritari against the Camel Lancers. Was doing some good damage here, 9 villager kills. Also, what really stresses me out a little bit is that we went for the industry wing, but we never did anything with that. There's no second TC for the Ayyubids. I mean, the only benefit that you really have for that is you have a lot of wood that you can then spend into production buildings, and you have the ability now that they build stuff 40% faster because of the industry wing, but that's not really what you're looking for. And so I think that's a little bit of an oversight here from Nito, not going the eco route here, because yeah, again, like, he could have gone for military wing as well for reinforcements, and then he would have 3 units for the rest of the game instead, but this play didn't really do anything for him. Nice killing the scout here, getting a lot of free sheep. So that's at least something, but yeah, not the fight that you want to take here as the Ridari. Getting the debuff from the Camel Lancers. I mean, yeah, sure, you're decimating the archers, but you don't care about the archers anyway, except for maybe the crossbows. Meanwhile, there's a lot of spearmen here, Agya Mother, as well as the Varangian. Where is it? Yeah, am I blind? Where's the Varangian guard? Somewhere. There it is. And now we actually do have the runestones. So we could use that in any fights now, if we wanted to. And yeah, Cristian just streaming more and more Ritari on the field. And Nito is in a difficult position. He doesn't have a whole lot of food, he doesn't have a whole lot of income, that's the most important thing as well. And he is way behind in eco numbers, 18 villager kills so far. And yeah, it shouldn't be that way. If you're going industry wing, you need to build a second TC. I don't see why else you would do that, and why you wouldn't go for the second TC. So yeah, definitely an oversight, and definitely an oversight that has lost him the game. So Cristian coming out on top here in this first matchup, Macedonians against Ayyubids. Yeah. Yeah, losing villagers here and there, and then just with 1 TC, you're always behind. And I mean, neither civilization has huge eco boni, so that's, you know, at least something that you don't have to worry about too much. But it's still, like, you can see it in the eco graph that, yeah, you're just way behind. Here's the eco that you get, the resources that you get from the industry wing. Well, yeah, industry eco wing. But he didn't do anything with that, and then his eco was just inferior, and military-wise, you don't have the free units. You have the Camel Lancers, which are technically stronger than the Ritari, but if you don't have the numbers, it doesn't really matter that much. Good picking up 3 relics, that's good, but yeah, that alone is not gonna offset that villager difference here for him. So coming out on top here for their first encounter here. And let's see. So yeah, they should be able to. Oh yeah, they already did report their games, so they should move into the round 2 very quickly as soon as the system has recalculated who's gonna be the next matchup. If we're taking a quick look at the top bracket, most games there are also already finished. And we should, maybe we can still check out one of the games. I mean, they've been going for a while, so I'm not sure if we want to do that. Well, okay, it's either top bracket or bottom bracket, so it doesn't matter that much. Right, let's jump into the top bracket just because that's gonna be a little bit more. Oh gosh, no. I set myself up for a disaster here. Yeah, we're gonna watch a Chinese mirror match. Zimrathan, again, he usually is a middle bracket player, but he's a very solid player, and he wanted to play against some high-level players today, so yeah, he signed up for the top bracket. He is starting on the left side. His opponent, Jahil, playing also the Chinese on the other side. The map, again, it's round 1, so it is Gorge. So there's no difference here. In that sense, both players did open with the mill, but Jahil actually making the smart move. It's a little bit further out from the TC, just a little bit, but you already have the berries next to that, so he can easily move on to the berries once he has the Imperial Academy and the IO. Then he can just still keep using that mill for a while. In terms of pro scouts, it's more or less in the between this deer pack and this deer pack on the corner, which he probably hasn't scouted yet, so that's not part of his consideration here. But overall, you know, making it a little bit more efficient here by also using the berries. Zimrathan could have done the same way here, with putting a mill over here and then just having a slightly longer walking distance here. Both players starting with the Imperial Academy, of course. Zimrathan is doing that with 4 villagers, so even though he has a slightly later timing, he'll still be done about the same time. And both players already have enough resources for the IO to actually put it in queue. And then, yeah, probably just gonna supervise the mill or the lumber camp. Jahil also very heavily on wood, so that also would be an option. For now, it's just gathering the taxes. And Zimrathan, yeah, immediately supervising the mill and the lumber camp. So he already had 2 IOs and then also, 3 IOs and then 1 more in queue. Jahil, if we're taking a look, so there's 2 IOs over here. So just going with 2 IOs for the time being. And yeah, also putting down an outpost there. So he really wants to defend that position. That's his food. That is what is going to carry him into the castle age. Do we have pro scout? We do have pro scouts here on Jahil's side. We also get survival. Professional scouts. Wait, did I? No, never mind. Jahil doesn't have pro scouts. He does have survival techniques. He doesn't have pro scouts. But yeah, Zimrathan is going for pro scouts, so he'll definitely start pulling them. He already has some scouts over here, so he'll start pulling those over, and then there's this in the corner. He knows about these. He also knows about the other 2 deer packs. The same for Jahil. He knows exactly where the deer is at, so he could also look for pro scouts, but he might. Oh, never mind. He's not gonna look for pro scouts. The distance here, yeah, that would probably kill about, I want to say like 70 food per deer. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 50. And so yeah, you don't want to necessarily pro scout over there. Scout here is trying to sneak some. Oof, that was a close call. Trying to sneak that deer away from Jahil. Jahil reacting almost in time to kill that scout. That was a very, very close call, but there's some horsemen here on the way as well. And so right out of the gate we see some very interesting change in the strategy here. Zimrathan going with the classic pro scout opener, and Jahil not opting for pro scouts, but instead is just traditionally moving out to the deer packs and gathering, and to the boar and gathering it that way. So very interesting. Jehiel also pretty heavy on gold for some reason, and not enough food for now to go to Castle Age. Zimrathan actually in Castle Age already. Oh, by the way, I'm also watching this in 2x speed just to catch up a little bit here. That scout is not gonna make it out alive, but you know, putting that deer further and further away makes it annoying for Jehiel. He would have to put down another mill if he wants to have a better gathering time here. It's also killing a little bit of food. Like the moment you pick it up, you're gonna lose some of the food here that the deer have. So even though you're losing a lot of food here, it's still just killing the food that your opponent would otherwise get. So yeah, you see it just a short distance already killed 20 food. And it's also almost 20 food. So yeah, you can guess that by the time that he would return the deer, it probably would be down to 100 food. But you would have 100 food, the opponent would not have 350 food, so there's a difference. Zimrathan moving into Lancers now, of course, so skipping the horsemen, of course, for the Lancers. And Jehiel getting pushed back into a somewhat defensive position with spearmen crossbows. And just a handful of horsemen who are, for some reason, chasing away 5 Lancers. Well, maybe that's the reason. Barbican of the Sun getting dropped now here by Zimrathan between the gold and the stone, and more importantly there's also the boar here, so just looking for food wherever you can find it. Almost losing a villager here, but yeah, good for him is not losing any to horsemen dying here as well. And we have 2 rams. Where do we have 2 rams? Oh, there we go. Wait, does he? Oh yeah, of course, he does have that. The astronomical clock tower, so he can just go for the clock tower battering ram. I don't think I've ever seen that thing, but damn, that's a lot of health. That really is a lot of health here. Spearmen on the Lancers and not enough archers. I mean, 16 archers, that's really good, but not enough here to deal with that in time. Tower going down. Vololo at oh my goodness! Oh wow! How? Wow! Alright. Zimrathan going for an insane Vololo here. And getting, I think it was 16 spearmen. I'm pretty sure he... Does he even have barracks? Well, he does have barracks, yeah. So he probably built some spearmen on his own, but getting quite a good amount of spearmen here with that Vololo. And Jehiel actually not really, like, besides killing the tower, not really doing a whole lot of damage here. He killed some villagers, but only 2, and Zimrathan killed 5 already. Both players in Song Dynasty, so they both have the faster villager production. But Zimrathan being a little bit ahead here in villagers, and also now in army, just because he converted some of the spearmen. That is crazy. I did not have that on my bingo card. Meanwhile, both players trying to pick up the relics. Monk here almost getting away with that, but that should also go over to Zimrathan. So Zimrathan should, yeah, end up with the 3 and Jehiel with 2. So even in that regard, Zimrathan currently is ahead, capturing 2 of the 3 sacred sites. He will get that at some point as well. And Jehiel going for the stone walls now. He knows that with all the lancers on the field, that Zimrathan is too mobile and can easily burn down palisade walls, so he's just going for the stone walls here on the right side of the map. Meanwhile, Zimrathan, if he had some siege units, he could easily try to put some more damage on there. He did go for the Imperial Palace, so he didn't go for the clock tower, the astronomical clock tower, and that's why he doesn't have that option for him. Burning down the tower, but then has to retreat. There's a nest of B here, and overall a lot of spearmen and palace guards and Shuganu, so not easy to find the angle of attack that you need. Try to get this clock tower, this nest of bees down, but there's still a lot of spearmen and Shuganu. Meanwhile, there's still a lot of archers here. So the backline still standing for either player. Zimrathan having the higher army value still, and is just a little bit more mobile with the lancers, with the horsemen, and J-Hill almost, yeah, at this point, completely, exclusively being an infantry comp. Does have a little bit of gold left here, but at that point needs to move out to either this gold or to the big one over here on the left side. So resources at some point will be an issue. Farm transition is being started here as well. Because yeah, not going pro scouts means that, I mean, either if you go pro scouts, deer is already gone at this point, so needed to go for the farm transition. Zimrathan also pretty heavily going into the farm transition now, but looking really strong right now with the three sacred, with the three relics, with the three sacred sites, 2 and then 1 will be on the way here. Floating a lot of gold as well, and is getting really dangerously close to the Imperial Age. So I'm not sure what his next move is gonna be. He could still produce some more units, but he could also go Imp. That is, both would be an option. Keep is getting dropped here, so I would actually like it if if Zimrathan would go for the stone now and then just put down a stone wall all over all over the map, and then put down the Great Wall Gatehouse as the imp landmark. Good shots here by the nest of bees. I think at this point we can slow down to the normal speed again. So good shots here. Zimrathan not paying a whole lot of attention, losing most of his army in this engagements. The Springles not really doing a whole lot here because they have to retreat for now. And yeah, most of the front line completely evaporated here, and the Shuganu are still, I mean, killing the trebuchet. Why not? I mean, that's a free trap right there. The 2 lancers are not enough to do, yeah, a whole lot of damage here to the Shuganu. The numbers are just not there, and Zimrathan was looking to be in a very good position, but now it's just scrambling. The Springles not really doing anything right now. Now they're starting to fire again. Horsemen being added. Palace guards coming in as well. And with the remaining archers, he can snipe down the spearmen. And once the spearmen are gone, the horsemen will have a very easy time against the Shuganu and the crossbows. But for now, they're still spearmen. And as long as the spearmen are there, you're not gonna win with horsemen or lancers. Archers going into melee mode here apparently as they walk right on top of the opponent. I'm not sure what that was. Potentially a misclick. And Zimrathan down almost half in army value, and I don't even want to look at the army numbers. Technically there's still the Sacred Victory approaching, but this spearman is just decapping this, and this is also getting decapped very shortly. So J-Hill was in a grim position, especially with the Vololo losing a lot of spearmen there, but now has definitely stabilized. It's not floating a lot of resources, so he's definitely spending all he can right now and trying to make it work. He's a little bit behind in villagers though. Not sure why that is. Both players are on 1 TC, so he should be equal, almost equal at least. But yeah, he's behind 10 villagers. But the army is there, so Just a small equal advantage for Zimrathan, but a heavy army advantage for Cahill. Next engagement coming in here. Horsemen trying to get on top of the crossbows Jugunu mass, but there's spearmen circling around in the back. Sprinkles firing away in the front line, so the palace guards and spearmen in front don't have a super good life right now. But the nest of bees, they still uncontested here. And there's almost nothing left here in terms of archers. A single palace guard moving in one by one. There's a couple lancers here standing around, but they wouldn't really change the outcome of that fight because there's so many spearmen still left here. And I don't know where all the archers are at. For Zimrathan. There's just a handful of archers, but that is not gonna be enough. Now finally the numbers are thinning down and the lancers were able to take out the nest of bees. But overall, I'm not sure why the fights flip so heavy all the time. Like the first fight was really good for Zimrathan, now it was for Cahill, now it was good for Zimrathan. Keep getting potentially dropped on the middle sacred side. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out. I don't see where the vills for that are right now. And yeah, just a mass of springles here, but they're not getting protected by the horsemen, so losing a couple of springles. Potentially some more here actually. Yeah, there you go. So one springle left. Horsemen tried to flank here, but it's just a handful of spearmen left, and then it's mainly the Jugunu crossbows in the back. There we have the villagers being pulled, 22 villagers. Getting pulled to the sacred side in the middle. And yeah, Alexis, I was like, you know what, let's watch the top bracket because it's more competitive. And then it was a China mirror, and I'm like, okay, that was definitely a mistake. I mean, you never know, bottom bracket might have been an English mirror, so I prefer Chinese mirror any day over an English mirror, but yeah, either way, we're here. Cahill killing some more villagers, so it's now up to 10 villagers, so he equalized the villager numbers here. And looks to be in the better position overall. I think if Zimrathan earlier had just pulled back and went imp, it would have been a different story. Now he's just more or less confined to his base. Cahill taking the sacred sites now as well, which is kinda annoying for Zimrathan to deal with, because then you have the keeps in your face, you have to deal with that, you have to deal with the army, and it's just gonna be a little bit annoying. Yeah, to deal with that. A couple of outposts getting dropped here, so that should be enough to function as some kind of budget keep. Meanwhile, the next fight is going on in the middle here. And yeah, Zimrathan adding a lot more nest of bees and springles, and technically does have the front line to keep it alive. I'm just worried about his archer numbers right now, so that might be troublesome. Cahill trying to bring some lancers into his base, into Zimrathan base, looking for some raids. There's a couple of villages here, but there's also the Barbican of the Sun. Zimrathan is seeing what is happening here. He's also just following that up with a lot of units here. Actually a little bit overkill. I don't think if you need to pull all the horsemen, the lancers should have been enough. But yeah, Cahill starting with the third sacred site, but at the same time he did lose that keep against all the trebuchets here, and now is also losing just these so 5 lancers that he's, or 4 lancers actually, that he's losing in this raid. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to find any damage there. And yeah, it's now back to square one, basically. Now he took the sacred site, but that's not gonna change anything here. Should get decapped very, very soon. And with all the siege here, as long as Zimrathan can protect the siege, And maybe add some more archers. I don't think he looks... he's in a very, very bad position right now. A little bit low on gold right now. He was floating 3,500 earlier. Now he is floating food and doesn't have enough gold to go imp. So that's one thing that he probably wants to fix very, very soon. Meanwhile, Jehiel going up with the Great Wall Gatehouse. So yeah, he's going up imp. He's almost pop capped. He has a lot of wood that he can spend, but otherwise not really a whole lot of resources. So I'm not sure what his next move would be. But yeah, imp definitely a good position, a good choice at this point. Spearmen moving on top of the palace guards, not really what they want to be. Horsemen, lancers flanking to the side, but spearmen moving back as well. Jehiel losing a couple units here. Meanwhile, that keep is not an issue anymore. Traps can now move on to the main town center here, or to the Barbican as we age up. But yeah, Jehiel doesn't have any food left, so he kind of needs to produce units, but at the same time he desperately wants to have his upgrades as well, and I bet he kind of regrets going up to the Imperial Age now, because he does have a lack of resources now, and he would need to have that in army, potentially. He did find a good counter raid, I want to add. It was 22 villagers that he killed, so basically idling out all of the farms here for Zimrathan. So very, very good raid, but is that gonna be enough? I'm not sure what he's gonna do with all the wood here, but he can definitely produce a lot of coffins if he wants to, if he needs to. Zimrathan moving back with his army, so the Lancers trying to get on top of these Lancers. We do have the Palace Guard Imperial upgrade coming in, which, I mean, it's kind of sad. You don't have a lot of units from either type, so either Imperial upgrade is not the greatest thing, but at the same time you need it. Like, you have to get it, even though it's not super worth it. Zimrathan, because he had to move all of his cavalry units back, now has some very exposed siege. Not exposed enough though for Jehiel to get on top of that siege, so as long as Zimrathan doesn't lose all of these siege units, he should be fine. There's just one Lancer here, and that's not gonna be enough. Zimrathan being able to defend that for now. And yeah, should be equalizing slowly here again. As soon as he moves his villagers back onto the farms, he should have a much better eco incoming, and he already has enough gold to age up to Imperial Age as well. Finding some more kills here as well on the villagers. The tower is not gonna be enough here. Yeah, just burning it down really fast. Losing some siege units here, not being able to defend all of that. But also being busy on multiple fronts, of course, so definitely doing a good job here in multitasking and in raiding and keeping his opponent busy. And Jehiel really in trouble here. Right now the army value 3 times in favor for Zimrathan. Jehiel generally still has the better eco, and he does have Imperial Age Palace Guards. But that's the only Imperial Age unit that he has right now, and he only has 3 Palace Guards anyway. So that is kind of rough. He did not lose the town center. That is one thing. That's good, but yeah, really tough position to be in. This gold also running out very soon. And then he still has a big gold over here, so that's gonna keep him in the game for a while, but yeah, really struggling right now. Pretty crazy to see that, I have to be quite honest. But then again, yeah, Zimrathan, as I mentioned before the game, was a very solid player and very good with Chinese too, I might add. So yeah, there's a reason why he wanted to play in the top bracket, and we might actually see him winning this game. Definitely has the army right now. He's just busy with getting down all of the static defensive buildings and landmarks from the Chinese, but as soon as he gets that down, should be fairly easy for him to just run into the base and find some damage. And he knows it's pretty much probably knows that all of the food eco, or most of that at least, is in this area. So once he gets through here, all of the food eco from J-Hill will be idled out, and that probably would be the end of this game. They are making some kind of last-ditch effort here on to defend against this attack. It looks like he does have Imperial Lancers as well, so it will be Imperial House Guards, Imperial Lancers as well, and it looks like he does have the stronger army and is able to overwhelm Zimrathan and his army. Good I want to say mango shot, good Master Beast shot here, killing a lot of crossbows. So it was kind of a close fight here, but J-Hill able to kill all of the army here from Zimrathan. Yeah, he does have the Imperial Age Lancers as well. So a pretty costly fight for J-Hill, of course, also because he's losing all of his army. But if we're taking a look at the army value, how it used to be just a minute ago, that was definitely an insanely good fight here for J-Hill. Multiple wolves fighting against the villagers here. Yeah, there's still one more. That is... Wow. I don't think I've ever seen two wolves fight against the villagers at the same time. I don't know why he hates so much. The bitey infantry. Yeah, just resetting and okay, now yeah, he's chilling now. He had seen enough blood for now, for a day. Okay, well, I mean, things have slowed down again just a little bit. Zimrathan still not Imperial Age. That is something that he probably wants to change very, very soon. He does have the income now that he would need for that. So hopefully the wolf is at it again. Hopefully Zimrathan will be able to make it to Imperial Age soon. And then also get his... But there's another wolf! Oh my goodness. Was at least. Yeah, meanwhile J-Hill running into the base here, trying to find some damage with his lancers. But there's also some lancers from Zimrathan, so he will meet some resistance, should be able to kill some villagers as well. Palace guards hunting them down as well now again as well. Yeah, finding some villager kills, but at the same time throwing away the 6 or 7 lancers. So yeah, debatable whether that was worth it or not. But at the same time it also gives him some kind of intel about the state of the army and the state of the base a little bit. Yeah, and Zimrathan, he keeps... I mean, he's not pop cap, so it kind of makes sense that he is spending the resources still. But it would be nice. It would really be nice if he can get to Imperial Age at some point, because this is a scary looking army. 15 Imperial Lancers is nothing to scoff at. Doesn't have biology yet, but yeah, also doesn't have the resources for that, but still, Imperial Age Lancers, very, very strong. So a couple of stray oh, okay, yeah, you can also do that. Some rams here moving in and yeah, getting down that wall here, trying to open it up for some Lancer raids by Zimrathan. That's a good move. At the same time, yeah, Jehill I think had enough of that game. It's just moving into the wall here, into the farms. And same situation again. If he can succeed and I allowed this farm eco, that is pretty much 95 or 99% of the food income that Zimrathan has right now, if not even all of it. Because where else would he have farms? So both players try to do the same thing here as well. Lancers moving in here from Zimrathan, Jehill moving in here the base as well. There's even some hand cannoneers. Very nice. And yeah, both players just playing Torched Earth here and just killing everything that they can, but Zimrathan is losing steam quicker and had to tap out. So Jehill struggling a lot in this game and having a very, very tough opponent, but ultimately was able to survive this onslaught. And yeah, with a good raid here, I think that also definitely helped him while he was going imp, getting some really, really nice kills here. And then from that point on, it was more or less just the question of how long will it take. Yeah, had a really good fight here, but I'm not even sure why he struggled so much. He had more military numbers at least for most of the time, but the value was higher for Zimrathan. But that also maybe was because of siege. Yeah, close game, but overall, in the end, Imperial Age being too strong, and Zimrathan couldn't defend against that, and it also took him a little bit longer to go through the stone walls, of course. So yeah, very close game. Jehill showing that he's a very, very proficient player. And yeah, very close game, but winning it. Yeah, let's take a quick look. They went into round 2 already for a little bit, so all brackets in round 2. Seems like there was one player that wasn't really there in round 1 in the bottom bracket, but now he's back, so that's good. And yeah, let's see any match that I wanna see now next. By the way, if you have any suggestions, just let me know in chat. If you wanna check the brackets out and be like, hey, we should watch this the next, then I'm very open to suggestions. But yeah, if I'm probably just gonna check out some bottom bracket. Which ones? Yeah, that's a good question. Which ones did I? I did watch in the middle bracket Cristian Hormiga against Nito. That was the first one that I watched, and then the second one, which was kind of a longer game now, was Jehill against Zimrathan, the Chinese mirror. The first one was Ayyubids against Macedonians. So these are the two ones that I have cast so far, mid bracket and top bracket. So that's also one of the reasons why I would probably move into the bottom bracket now, to have some, change of pace in a sense. Watching some Diamond/Conqueror players now and then moving into the bottom bracket is always very, very entertaining, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way. It's just very, very fun to watch that as well. So let's hop into it. The bottom bracket, Cliffside, the next map, so round 2, Cliffside. And let's switch the players here. So csthelord, a very regular low elo legends player, Playing the Malians in blue on the left side. BurkeSooty, I believe, has played at least once in Lower Legends, playing the House of Lancaster in pink on the right side. Yeah, neither player is doing too crazy things here right now. Malians being on wood and then building up their pit mine. Burke being on food and moving out to gold. He does have one on wood though, so that's kind of interesting to me. But anything else is kind of how you would do it. He has a little bit less people on wood, on food, but House of Lancaster gets faster sheep gathering, and so it makes sense that you have less. You need to have less on food compared to other civs. So except for the one on wood, where I'm not sure what that is going to be. That's also very standard stuff. And yeah, Malians just opening with 6 houses around the pit mine. He pulled off wood, so he only got 1 straggler tree. So it is gonna stay with the 6. It's not gonna be another one plus the mining camp. Yeah, so pretty standard stuff so far for either player. And either way, it's gonna be enough gold for all that he needs. Just gonna grab that gold before he has to move back anyway. That's kind of smart, you know. Like, you don't need that gold, but you might as well get the gold because you're there anyway. You have to move back anyway, so it's all the same. Yeah, you see with the queuing command queue here. So very nice touch, bringing back the gold and then moving that villager on food as well. So obviously has more gold than he needs, but that's what you end up with Malians anyway, so that's fine. Burke also a little bit heavy on gold compared to food, now moving them off gold onto stone because manners. So yeah, nothing too crazy here. Let's take a quick look at the scouting pattern here. So Burke went around the right side and then just touched the base of his opponent, just to check out, I guess, where things are. The gold is in the back for Malians, so that's kind of nice, but at the same time, House of Lancaster may not be super aggressive anyway, so it might not really change a whole lot. And oh, there it is. I was like, where's the Malian scout? I don't see it on the map. Well, it just delivered the sheep and now is moving out here. If we're taking a look at the scouting pattern, just moved around on the left side. Also not really touched the base of his opponent, which makes sense. He's not looking for aggression, so why would you then have to scout that? He is looking for the sheep for now. The gold is in the front, so he could attack that. There's also barriers into woodline, but that's not the woodline that House of Lancaster will rely on. So yeah, maybe not looking for too much of feudal age aggression. Both players, interesting landmark choice. Saharan Trade Network, not the most common one for Malians, and the Lancaster Castle, also not necessarily the most common one. Most people nowadays go with the King's Palace, or Abbey of Kings, not King's Palace, the Abbey of Kings, of course, for the Lords of Lancaster. But the Lancaster Castle... Okay, let's put it this way. If you want to go for the House of Lancaster, for the Lancaster Castle, you do drop it more forward. Like, you would drop it here, for example, to secure the berries, secure the gold, and then you're good. You could also... Well, you don't want to drop it down here. You could also drop it, like, if you want to drop it here, you secure that whole area here, you secure the sacred side, and you make sure that your opponent never has an easy route of attack towards you. So, I mean, if you put it here, you already have a defensive building, it's called Town Center, you don't need to have the Lancaster Castle here, so that's not really gonna do you a whole lot of good. And as we see with the range here, you can still get raided by Sofa here. The house of the Lancaster castle will not do you any good here. Meanwhile, if you put it up here, you would definitely be in a safer spot. So, not sure about that positioning. The Saharan Trade Network, again, also not the most common landmark here for the Malians, but it kind of makes sense here. This pit mine is a little bit out there, and so if you want to secure that pit mine, the Saharan Trade Network definitely is not the worst choice. But then again, you also could just put down a wall here and then some more over here, and then it would also be safe. So there's, yeah, different options how you can defend that pit mine, and you don't necessarily need to have that landmark. And having a monster quarry would be really, really strong, providing some really nice passive income for the rest of the game. So that would have been my choice, but you do have two landmarks for a reason, right? You can choose either one, and in most cases, you can argue for either landmark, I guess. Especially in lower levels. Like, why not? Just play whatever you want to. What do you feel comfortable with? If you want to have a defensive landmark over here, if you want to have a defensive landmark over here, more power to you. Just do it. That's totally fine. In terms of, is it the most effective? You could definitely argue it's not, but yeah. Also, there's more space over here, so we could add some more houses over here. And there's also no space here to closely put down the mining camp, so at some point you're gonna go on that gold, and then you'll have to drop it maybe here and then have a longer walking distance. So that's one thing that you need to keep in mind. And in terms of passive gold income, the pit mine generates 25% for each house or mining camp. So it doesn't actually matter whether you build a house or a mining camp. The only difference is that the house is 25 wood and the mining camp is 50. That's the only difference, but in terms of passive gold income, it doesn't matter, you can do either one. So yeah, definitely I would have skipped that house and put a mining camp right around here. But yeah, csthelord playing a little bit defensive here with the wall over here, just making sure that this cannot get raided. Also nice touch, walling in that relic, so that is gonna be his for sure. He does have a safe gathering here with the deer, especially because of the Saharan Trade Network. So he knows that his opponent cannot go in here on the left side. He has vision with the Saharan Trade Network with the town center. So if there would be a horseman raid, for example, or a hobbler raid in this case, it would have to be all on the edge, all the way around the map, which is not super efficient. So playing it very defensively, but yeah, just playing it safe, as you do with the Malians. Also already building up his cattle ranches, the cow boom being in full place here. 8 cows already. These ones are not in the den as of yet. This one's still just chilling, but he'll probably get to that soon. And yeah, then he can just put the Grafalani Corral over here in the middle, and then he'll be very, very fine. He did add a barracks and a stable, but that is just a precaution, so that if he sees some aggression or some units coming in, then he can react to that. And Bergman, oh my goodness, why does he have 2,000 food? I mean, I know that, you know, with the manors they generate food and stuff. That's cool, but like, why do you have 2,000 food? So really heavily floating food here. Is now also dropping. Yeah, he does have a barracks, dropping a stable, and he's heavily on gold, so he should have enough resources for the castle age very, very soon. csthelord also flowing a lot of food, as you do with the Malians. Again, if you don't go on gold at some point, like each of the cattle here, they cost gold quite a lot, and so if you produce all of these cattle, just the passive gold income, especially if you don't have the monster quarry, will not be enough. So you need to be heavy on gold if you want to get to the castle age at some point. And there's still this one idle cattle standing around not doing anything, unfortunately. So yeah, really struggling with the gold right now. Floating way too much food. Burke also floating way too much food, of course. King's College is his choice here, which I really like. I do prefer the King's College in general. It does make sense to me. I mean, the White Tower, the issue is that it doesn't have... it's just a passive, like a defensive landmark, that's it. But it actually doesn't have the unit production, right? As far as I know, unless they change that. So it's just... the King's College has some really nice unique text that you can utilize, so I prefer that overall. There's a second manor over here, not really a good placement. And we're also adding another town center. I am so confused. You have a couple of hobolas in queue. 5 hobolas from one stable. And 2 manors that overlap heavily, so they don't really do you a whole lot of good. It would have been better if you dropped it around here, because then you still get the the income from these villagers over here. Blacksmith being added, that's good. Yeah, 2TC. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure if that's the right move here. Meanwhile, csthelord floating way too much food and still is not near, nowhere near Castle Age. He is producing sofa, which of course cost him a lot of gold, which is not what he wants to do right now. Also, he doesn't have any information about his opponent. So why do you go for sofa if you don't know what your opponent is making? Because if you only see spearmen, the sofa actually are not a good idea. They are not. So I would advise to not go for sofa if you don't even know what your opponent is making. He could have 20 spearmen by now. You wouldn't know that. If you're just going for sofa, they're not gonna do anything. And that scout is unfortunately gonna die. Meanwhile, csthelord is moving out. Unfortunately, well, I want to say kind of blind, but there's actually a scout there, so good move on him. And yeah, just trying to find some damage, but yeah, was able now to get enough gold for the Castle Age. Grand Falani Corral coming up, that is definitely not a surprise here. And he is guarding that relic, so he has his eyes on that relic apparently. Which, if you want to guard that, just have 1 sofa there. You don't need to have 8 sofa. That would be my advice. And yeah, Burke is just happily producing hobolars. He did get the upgrade, and he had some hobola in queue, and is now trying to move out here. He, on the other side, he is, well, there's scout, so he also isn't blind. So both players using their scout, that's really nice. You don't always see that, so good on them. And he also sees that there's the sofas running around, so he could know that there's something up. If he's rallying a sofa over there, he might have more where they're walking to. And we also have some demi-lancers. So he used the levy, the demi-lancers, and is now trying to find some damage. There you have the villagers as the age-up comes in, and finding some damages. First villager go down, second going down. csthelord not reacting at the moment, and now it is kinda too late. 8 villager kills. At the same time, he is also busy with the sofa in here, but he doesn't have the Castle Age upgrade yet. It's not gonna take a whole lot of time, at least. So, what there it is. So, 10 more seconds. Was able to kill 3 villagers. Gonna find some more, so it's gonna be equal footing again. Just because neither player is really caring too much about their villagers. There you have the Castle Age upgrade, and now so far are going in for round 2. The Spearmen, they just went back to their original place. They're also still Dark Age, so doesn't matter too much. And csthelord pulling off an insanely effective raid here, killing 22 villagers. He did lose that pit mine, but that's not a whole, like, that's not a big deal. He does have barracks, one barracks at least, so he could produce Donzos. I mean, he could also just go with the Sofa, because the Sofa will kill the Hobolas and even the Daimyo Lancers, so that shouldn't be an issue. And meanwhile, csthelord trying to find some more damage, now seeing the second TC. So he knows about that, but just stopping midway, so not looking for some more aggression. It's just busy over here with just hunting down the units. There's some yeomen here, but I don't know what they are doing because we don't have Donzos, so we don't need the yeomen. So yeah, I mean, rule of thumb is don't build units if you don't know that your opponent has the units that your units will counter. Because otherwise you're just throwing away resources, and you might have been better off using the resources to do something else. I mean, there's exceptions, of course, like you can almost in any case go for spearmen. Like, they are usually of some value either way. Archers most of the time are also of some kind of value, but not always. That's the issue. Burke running out of gold here, so he has to retreat to the gold on the side. Pit mine has been reconstructed rather. We have some more Sofa chilling in here in the base, and we have a full cow boom in place here, so even the one lonely cattle made it into the cattle ranch. And how much is that still? No. There you go. Oh, okay. So that's one case still left. There's the third pit mine. So yeah. csthelord's eco is looking pretty fine right now. He is way ahead in villagers, which he shouldn't be because House of Lancaster is on 2 TCs. And he also has all of the passive income from the cattle ranches, which definitely trumps the manors at this point. So we have 3 manors against 20 cattle. Double wolf attack here by the on the Imam, so a little bit of a trouble here, but should be able to pick up the relics. Meanwhile, we do have still one Sofa guarding that, which is really nice. It's all that you need. And another raid incoming here, finding even more villager kills, 42 at this point. There's even more villagers here that need to run, but yeah, good surround here, trying to find some more. No one escapes alive here. 50 villager kills. Children, please look away. That is not a family-friendly channel anymore. And yeah, 34 so far. I mean, yeah, he's going into his Donzos now, which you wouldn't even need to, honestly. You don't need to go for Donzos if you have so many Sofas already, and your opponent will never be able to mass up enough spearmen by him on his own to really deal with these forces. There's some crossbows, of course, they're really strong against the Sofa, but it's only just 2, so it doesn't matter that much. Imam getting attacked, but that Sofa should be enough to buy him enough time. And yeah, so that Imam should be able to make it out alive, potentially even getting another Vololo successfully. There you go. Alright, 4 spearmen this time. That's the second successful spearman Vololo that we've seen today. And meanwhile, we do have more villager kills and also just a heavy surround here with the army. csthelord looking to be in a very, very strong position right now, completely denying any gold income from House of Lancaster, killing some more villagers. His opponent down to 27 villagers. At this point, you could even just burn down the town center. Like, it wouldn't be like the greatest use of your army, but you could at this point. You're so far ahead. you might as well. Eco income here also really strong. He could put out a lot more Sofa if he wanted to. And yeah, just going the safe route, going with Rams. And yeah, then we'll take out the Lancaster castle and then the town centers, and then there's nothing between him and the victory. We do have the Shire levy, so we could get some yeomen, which will not do you anything, and we could also have, well, that's Imperial Age, never mind. So yeah, House of Lancaster is kind of out of options. Oh, they're still chilling there, okay. I do wonder what they're talking about right now. I mean, they probably cannot understand whatever the other person is saying, but at least they're of the same faith, you know? That's kind of nice. So yeah, a multicultural game here at play. Meanwhile, yeah, taking out the manors is also very valuable, of course. And yeah, I mean, at this point, again, just a move into the base and you'll probably win the game. And there you go. csthelord overwhelming his opponent with mass Sofa. Ample opportunities for either player to play it better. But yeah, in the end, most things were fine, you know. A little bit of idle time here on the TC, but in general, a good solid villager production from either player, utilizing their TC or TCs at this point. And it was, I would say, it's mainly gathering information and making sure that you have the right army composition, because yeah, whatever House of Lancaster built was not or was not fit to meet the Sofa, and yeah, that's a little bit of an issue. Right. Well, good job here. Love to see it. Again, very entertaining game, of course, but also overall well played, and some solid basics for sure. Okay, let's take a quick look at the brackets again. So we see the middle bracket is in round 3 already, so we could try to catch something there. The top bracket is in round 3 as well, and the bottom bracket is also in round 3. Okay, so either bracket in round 3. It would kinda be... Well, I guess we can also catch the middle bracket next. Let's see if I can find something there. So I did promise Kingdon to watch one of his games. So I am very tempted to look into this, and it's actually gonna be it's a fun matchup. It's a fun matchup. So and this is round 3, so we're playing on Scandinavia. Let's switch the 2 players here. So lykos is on the left side, starting with Kingdon, playing the Holy Roman Empire in yellow. And lykos playing the Delhi in blue, starting off on the left side. Both players on wood for now, which makes sense. This is a water map, and so, or at least a hybrid map. So we do have 2, well, it's either river or lakes on either side, and there's also deep sea fish. So fishing is valuable. And so we're gonna see how it's only in the middle though, so you kinda Lycos has the right idea, I want to say, with putting down the dock here more closely to the fishing, the deep sea fish. They're a little bit outside, but still a lot closer. Kingdon putting down his dock here, so he only has the shoreline fish to work with. It's he might get away with some undetected military aggression if he tries to do that in feudal age, but for now the fishing not as valuable as it is for the Delhi. And yeah, lykos still just on wood. Ooh, that is not what he wanted to do. He probably wanted to have it on here, and not that far off. But yeah, just fixing that issue right about now. So no mosque for yet, as of yet, and also no mill. So a little bit delayed, of course, here with these tags that the Delhi get for free. But you do have the dock at least, so that's the small downside to this build, that he didn't go for the mosque or the mill yet. But yeah, I'm guessing that he will do that relatively soon, because it is kind of valuable to have all of these texts, you know. Starting to research, it's gonna take a couple minutes, of course, but the sooner you start, the sooner you have it, in a sense, right? Yeah, there you see it, immediately queuing forestry here, and is for now is on 2 fishing boats, so the villagers that he has will be able to gather the wood that he needs to have a mill and a mosque as well. Meanwhile, Kingdom moved heavily on gold now. He's looking solid with the food income, also because of the fishing. He has on 3 fishing boats. But yeah, is now moving on to the gold. He has the Predator as well, so nice little boost here. The Inspire ability, Holy Inspiration, increasing the gather rate by 35%. That is really, really strong, of course. With 3.5 minutes in, we still don't have a mosque here. At some point, I am starting to be concerned what Lykos' plan is. He's still very heavy on wood, and he added some more fishing boats, so he'll be up to 4, which overall there's nothing wrong with that, but at the same time it would be nice to have the mosque at some point. Meanwhile, yeah, Kingdom a little bit heavy on food, but just now reached enough gold and is building the Aachen Chapel. I mean, you can try to push in some of the deer a little bit closer to the Aachen Chapel, and that definitely is super, super wood heavy. But he also could have just maybe delete that mining camp and build it right here, and then you have the wood line and the gold, and even some of even the gold, the stone. I think that would have been a better spot. With those 2 wood lines, you can build a palisade wall over here, and then you can wall the Aachen Chapel in, and that is really nice as well. So there's possible ways to justify either position. I think I would have preferred it next to the gold and the woodland, but that is also, again, depending on how you go about that. If you go heavily on wood and you immediately set up some farms, yeah, you get a very strong farm eco. Like maybe that's his idea. That's what you want to do. He pulled off all the villagers of gold to build that tower, so only 2 villagers here, so definitely indicating some very heavy feudal play. Also already starting with some palisade walls here. On the other side we have the Dome of the Faith, so that is not really a surprise, of course. As the Delhi, we still don't have a mosque, we still don't have a mill, so no early wheelbarrow here for the Delhi. And then also you do want to have the mosque to be able to research and not being slowed down in your scholar production. But we'll see. We'll see what his next plan is going to be. Delhi can be really strong, of course, in the feudal age. He did go for a second dock, so he can And he has an explosive Dao already, so looking to be able to defend here. There's a scout, so he knows exactly about the archer ship, about the galley. And with the Dao, he should be able to hold that off. He's also going for a buckler, so the counter springle ship countering the archer ship. And there we have the mill. 7 minutes into the game. And meanwhile on the other side we have Spearman from Kingdom. Was almost able to snipe that villager, so that was a good move, but the Dao here, the archer ship, actually able to push him back. There's a buckler, so should run fairly soon. If yeah, that was almost, or I want to say that definitely is too late, because you're not gonna repair that in time. He could pull the fishing boats to repair that, but he's probably gonna lose the galley. He's even housed, so he cannot build that springle ship at the moment. He's gonna build another dock, which doesn't give him a house. He doesn't. Well, okay, he's losing the archer ship, so there's the Hulk, the springle ship coming out, and then we're just gonna, yeah, go from there. House. Do we have houses? Any houses being built? There's a house. That is good. We need houses. Hulk getting pulled in here, and with the explosive down, not caring about that at all. That demo ship is also not doing anything. So not paying a whole lot of attention here on the micro here at Lykos. Having some really strong water presence right now. Of course he does have the fishing boats. For those wondering why they're shown as military units, they can shoot. And so that's why they're also flagged and counted as military units. The same way that scholars are counted as military units, I guess. Then you also have the archer ship, the Dao, and then you have 3 bucklers, 3 springle ships, plus another one, so that just came out here. So yeah, just a few minutes in and already putting down a strong foot here on the water. We do have the mosque now, and we have the... yeah, we have some of the techs in queue, and... Wait, where's that not? Oh, there you go, okay. Yeah, so now producing scholars out of the Dome of the Faith, and then having the techs here in the mosque. Meanwhile, yeah, Kingdom moving out onto the deer here, which is a shame because that's like just right outside of that Aachen Chapel, so it's not gonna be buffed here at all. I was hoping he would push in the deer a little bit at least, but also the house is completely in the way of farms here, so you're gonna have to erase them at some point. You could have as well just put them out here or whatever. So not really, like at least for now, not really using the Aachen Chapel super effectively. And we also, we do have Ghazi Raiders by now. I was gonna say, like, we have a Ghazi-free Delhi game. That is interesting. But yeah, welcome Lykos. Happy that you're joining the stream here. Delhi isn't the worst on water, obviously. With the fishing boats, you can easily defend some early aggression, Dark Age Spearmen, for example, so that's really nice. It gets some really nice eco as well. And then, of course, with the Ghazi Raiders, you're always in a strong position, especially if your opponent is just gonna run horsemen. Yeah, I was wondering about the build order as well. I do like playing Delhi. I don't think I ever played it on a hybrid map, so I was also wondering about the mosque, because it took you a good 8 or 9 minutes, I think, before you were able to put that down. So that is a little bit unfortunate, and then, of course, it also slows down the wheelbarrow. By the way, I think if you put down the mosque around here, then you would be in the influence, and then the research time would be a lot quicker. So I would have put down the master either here or here. But yeah, either way, it is gonna be super delayed, and yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, as I said, yeah, winning on water is probably better than the mosque. So did a good job there, winning water on the right side, and then the left side is also getting contested here with the Ghazi Raiders. You're taking the sacred side, so overall doing all the right things. It is a little bit awkward, as you said, but I think, yeah, you made it work, at least for now. Please don't spoil who's gonna win, by the way, so we're still gonna be engaged in this game here and see what is still gonna happen here. Horsemen pushing off Delhi, completely off gold. And we're adding archers against the spearmen. Yeah, well, you know, I'm friends with Kingdom, so that was one of the reasons why I wanted to watch this game here, and so I assumed that it would be a banger of a game, and yeah. Well, let's see. Let's catch up with what's happening. We're heavy on water here on the left side, so that's kind of nice. It's almost an overkill, but I think it's in, like, definitely I wouldn't go for more fishing boats, but that is definitely a very, very strong eco. The right side dock is currently not doing anything, even though it's technically in a better position to go fishing. So could try to get control of this water as well. That would be really strong. And if we're looking at the land army, we have one spearman who is still Dark Age. We have 11 archers and a couple of Ghazis. So now moving out, we did lose the one sacred side, and the other one is also getting decapped. So that was a short-lived experience. But I mean, we're still also catching up on the researchers still. How many? We have one blacksmith, so yeah. Sometimes it's worth it to go for a second blacksmith. Probably in most cases, actually, to get it a little bit quicker. Running Ghazi into Spearman usually is not the play, but the archers should make quick work. So yeah, with a little bit of better micro, but not actually losing too many Ghazi here, because the spearmen are rightly afraid of the archers, and the rally point is just terrible here. And yeah, horsemen flanking from the side on the archers, so that's a good move, and the spearmen here taking care of the archer, and the Ghazi Raiders are just getting thinned out quicker and quicker. That tower is doing his best as well to get down the numbers, and Lykos needs to retreat here, losing a very substantial part of his army. The army value and the numbers are meaningless just because the fishing boats and the scholars also get counted in that number. And so it does look like Delhi is still way ahead, but if we're just looking at the units here, it's just a couple of archers and... Actually, no, wait, yeah, seven Ghazis. I was like, where are the Ghazis at? But yeah, just losing quite a lot of units here. Also, we're heavily walled in here, which I'm not sure why. Also, fun fact, you can use your archers and spearmen to build a wall. So if you're just standing around here, you might as well have your infantry units build the wall instead of the villagers. Because, you know, everything helps. The more or the less idle time you have, the better. Also, what is this villager doing over here? Yeah. Yeah, actually, so the Delhi is a very interesting civ, very fun to play. You can build the palisade wall and the palisade gate with infantry units. So a lot of times, or at least it used to be a long time ago, that you would use your infantry and build a wall around your sacred sites. And if you go for the compound of the defender, you can also go build stone walls and yeah, and anything else with your infantry units. So yeah, it's no, don't worry, it's only on Delhi. Oh, that would imagine, yeah. No, it's just with the Delhi. So but that's what they can do. So that is really nice, and it works well. You know, the synergy between capturing the sacred site and then just building a wall around that with your infantry units. You don't need to pull villagers. So that's really nice. And that is something that the Delhi can definitely do very effectively, and it saves them a lot of time. And in the base, you can even do that in the base, if you have the units for that, if you have the microing for that. It's not the worst if you do it with villagers, but again, like everything, you know, every small thing helps. If you can avoid that idle time with the villagers, the better. Meanwhile, we do have a drive-by here with the horsemen as Lykos is pushing down the base here. Emergency repairs was saving the tower for a brief moment, but that is not gonna be enough. And there's a good tricomp, a solid tricomp, spearmen, archers, and Ghazi raiders. Very strong in feudal age. There's not too many things that you have to be afraid of, unless there's a horseman raid, but the horsemen get distracted by the Ghazis, and so the archers are saved again. Which is a shame. If you're going with the horsemen on the archers, you're cleaning that up really nicely, and then the tricomp is not a tricomp anymore, and then you can go archer spearmen and you'll win any fight. But yeah, for now we're just burning down farms. I'm not sure why that is. We do have... Let me see, yeah, we do have the siege engineer in queue, but it's gonna take another minute almost to get that. Kingdom is pushed inside of his base. Most of his eco here is idled out. And we're also catching up on the age. House of Learning getting dropped. Emergency repairs yet again being activated. And yeah, pulling the scholar here, the prelate rather, not gonna be enough. Actually is still losing his life here. And that Archchapel is also not gonna be for a super long time. I would like to not dive the town center while you're aging up, but you know, that's just an idea. But at the same time, we're very far ahead right now. 21 villager kills, army value, even disregarding all those, you know, fake numbers in a sense, or irrelevant numbers, still very strong. And Delhi Sultanate looking to be in a good position. More villagers being idled out here, trying to garrison in the TC. And I mean, we're losing all the army here, but at the same time we're killing a lot of villagers and idling out everything that Kingdom has right now. So I guess maybe even? I'm not sure. Close to 8 minutes approaching for a sacred victory here. I don't think that's gonna be in the cards here, but I just want to mention that this is going on. We do have the 2 sacred sites, and we do have some more army being added. We do have crossbows as well, which are really nice against the 3 men-at-arms, which you still don't even need. The funny thing is, so with the Ghazi raiders, they're doing bonus damage against heavy armored units, and so if he only has men-at-arms, you can actually just run him down with Ghazi raiders still. So crossbows not technically needed. I mean, they're a great unit, but not necessarily needed. Dropping some more archery ranges. If we're looking, okay, 2 stable, 3 archery ranges, 4 barracks, so solid production here overall. Kingdom has 3 barracks, 1 archery and 2 stables. And yeah, decapping that sacred site here. I like the aggression here, just getting that food under control and just being a nuisance to your opponent. Because if we're looking at the eco right now here, Kingdom having half the eco income, or not even half the eco income, or food income as Delhi has a good connection here with the demo ship, so a little bit of an oversight here. Could have pulled that back, and one archer ship is not going to be enough here. So potentially losing that position here, not enough military for now. Meanwhile, what's going on the land? We do have the man-at-arms here, Scholar moving out again. So moving into a little bit more of a heavy armor composition. Which again, not really needed, because the Spearmen Ghazi were just doing fine against this. So you could have continued doing that. Also, I mean, they're all castle age by now, so the units are fine. How we're looking with the compound, with the House of Learning. But yeah, we're still working on the honed blades, so the man-at-arms is still not being buffed, so that would take another 45 seconds overall. Well, not gonna matter anymore. GG gets called, and Delhi is winning the religious battle here on Scandinavia. Yeah, overall a nice game, very entertaining. I like the hybrid here. Delhi, an interesting choice, definitely on a hybrid map, but also definitely not the strongest, not the strongest, not the worst, not the worst idea here. Again, yeah, the dive, don't do that. That was not the greatest idea while you're going while you're aging up. But other than that, solid army composition, solid production, putting denying the water on the left side, denying the water on the right side, or at least trying, getting the sacred sites. So yeah, doing all the right things. And Kingdom, yeah, we're gonna practice a little bit more, I guess. Also, yeah, villager numbers really nice here. Just because, like, with the raids, also of course, making sure that HRE never runs away, because they have, with a good Archon Chapel set up, they have an insane eco as well. So you really gotta respect that and make sure that it doesn't run away. Alrighty, where's my... Okay, my camera was out of focus for some reason. Alright, let's take a look here at the bracket. So that was the... So we're looking at the bottom bracket for some reason. So that was the mid bracket. Let's switch to that real quick. They are all in round 4 again. So yeah, round 3 is done. They are in round 4. Let's take a quick look at the top bracket where they're sitting at. They are still in round 3, but halfway done as well. We could try to pick one game from them as well before they move into the round 4, and bottom bracket is in round 3. So yeah, let's take a look if we can find something in the top bracket going on. Let's see. So my client is just lagging right now. What's going on? Okay, great. They are playing still. So that's exactly the one that I was looking for. So Asokich against Oolala. Oolala. So that's a French player as far as I know. So yeah, Oolala. So top bracket, round 3. Asokich or Asokich, or I'm not sure how exactly you would pronounce that, playing the Sengoku Daimyo in green on the right side, against Oolala playing the Ottomans in red and starting with the Dark Age barracks. So yeah, immediately putting down some Dark Age aggression. Asokich moving over the scout, so immediately going over straight across the... Where's the camera not following? Straight across the map, for exactly that reason, trying to figure out, okay, is my opponent going for a barracks, is he not? Um, he did kind of run into that TC, so he cannot really, yeah, go any further, and that barracks is currently undetected, so a little bit unfortunate. He's sacrificing basically everything right now to figure out where is the barracks, is there a barracks, just finding a few of the sheep, and just, yeah, it's still gonna take him a little bit to actually see the barracks. So a good placement here. Usually a lot of players put the barracks, myself included usually, closer towards your opponent. Did he really not scout that? Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if he's... Technically he shouldn't see that. Oh. Either way. So usually a lot of people put it in the front and then he would have seen it already. But... Okay, no, he did see that now. Okay. I was so scared for a second. So yeah, Spearmen here moving out. I mean, they cannot really find a whole lot of aggression here for now, but they will be able to get on the nerves of the Yatai and potentially also burn down docks. So that Yatai investment was not gonna pay off, at least not really. Spearman already on the charge here. And then Ulala is just taking all the wood that he, or she, I don't know, that they have already gathered, and is putting down a dock on the right side. So Sengoku for now not having a dock, which you don't need that. You have Yatai, why would you need a dock that early on? But yeah, just struggling a little bit here to make the Yatai work. Actually, it's on 3 Yatai, but they're just, yeah, a little bit in trouble here with the spearmen. And respecting the Dark Age aggression is immediately putting down a tower even before he puts down the forge. So yeah, definitely respecting the spearman aggression. There's one spearman over here, the other one is going closer to the berries, but yeah, not able to scout the Yatai here, of course. Which still gonna, yeah, produce a solid 60 food per minute because of berries and the sheep. And where's the other? Okay, the other one here with 48. That's also not too bad. And then this one with 36. Yeah, it's alright. You would love to put that next to the boar, of course, but yeah, it's not gonna be possible if your opponent is that aggressive. That dog is not doing anything. Don't we have enough wood? Alright, so we did put on a dock, but we don't have enough wood for fishing boats. That's a little bit unfortunate. Also floating heavily, quite a lot of food here, and not enough gold. So he needed to pull the villagers here to the gold, and yeah, to make sure that he gets to the castle age at some point. Meanwhile, Asokich has a little bit more balanced eco here. Is now just needing to drop one more time, and then he has enough resources for the feudal age. Kuka Township, not a surprise there, and Ulala is on stone, so he can produce military schools, twin minaret makes sense, but at the same time you could also go for the Saharan, another Saharan trade network, for the Sultanate trade network, and get some extra gold. That would also be possible, because there are markets here, but the trade route wouldn't be too great. And if you need to get out on the map here with the gold, it can be tricky. So the extra gold income would also be an option. There's a lot of food here on the map, as it is. And I do want to look at the spawn for Airship Player and csthelord, but I guess we do have to wait until this game here is over. But yeah, we might be able to check that out the next game, the next one once we're done here with this game. Ulala putting on some walls here on the left side, so trying to be a little bit safe, not to get raided by the Yari cavalry. And yeah, there's the Coca Township, so the spearman is seeing that will not be able to deny any gold here just because of the tower. Both players hitting fuel age more or less at the same time. And what's next? So we do have the military school being dropped, there's another one, great. So that means that we'll most likely see the blacksmith over here. And then we can start producing, yeah, Sipahi. I mean, why not? Yeah, I might check that out later. I have to see if we can catch that, or if we just have to move on. Because usually when I check out the whole game, not just the spawn, usually. So we'll see. But yeah, for now we're still not on fishing for the Ottomans. Meanwhile, Asokich, he did go for double dock here and has a few fishing boats already, so he is on water. Ottomans, curiously enough, is not. It may be that he... It may be actually that he built that dock and then realized there's no fish here at all. And then just didn't bother because he doesn't... yeah. He might not know the map that well, and he doesn't know about the deep sea fish maybe. So... a little bit of an unfortunate investment. Probably gonna be really frustrated with that one. Because it is worth it. Like, there are a lot of deep sea fish down here. You can grab a lot of food here for free, but not if you put it down here. Sometimes there's shoreline fish here, and sometimes there's not. It really... why is there no? Like, last game I saw that there were actually shoreline. Is that a bug? No, there are shoreline fish. It's just not everywhere. So that is definitely unfortunate here for him. And yeah, that's why he probably doesn't bother going on water at this point, because he feels it's not worth it. And meanwhile, Sengoku is just booming away. If we're looking at the resource per minute, we're at 600 food per minute already, and close to 200 gold per minute. So that will be not too much time until we hit the castle edge if we want to. And then we have another 500 something wood per minute. Meanwhile, Ottomans down to 500 food per minute. And yeah, just way less in gold and wood as well. Shinobi getting dropped here just to deal with the spearmen. And then there's one Yari cavalry dealing with the spearmen, making sure that Yatai doesn't get killed. And then he'll have that nice eco income here as well. Right, let's speed it up just a little bit, because the game kind of went a little bit slow actually. We have a couple of spearmen, but it's just a stalemate. We do have the Yari cavalry being added, but there's probably gonna be not too much action here for the time being. The Sipahi moving out here. Is he trying to find some damage? It doesn't look like it. Or at least he won't really find anything here. That food trader should make it home safely. There's a tower here, so that's not gonna be an issue. And yeah, Ulala has the issue that they want to do some aggression. They want to do some damage. They have the military production here for free, but they can't really find anything. I mean, there are Yatai here and there, but you gotta find them, and it's not always easy to to find them. And then there's also the food eco on water, which you cannot prevent at this point. So kind of tough position. And also you have the issue that the Sipahi can compete with the Yari, but the Yari actually do bonus damage against cavalry units. And so it's not really fun to play Sipahi into the Yari that much. So where do you go from there as Ottomans? Especially if your opponent already hit Castle Age now, and you're probably feeling behind in any sense of the game. The Sake Brewery just spawning their Toko Koji maps, so producing gold income for the rest of the game, basically having farms that produce gold, which again, it would have been kind of nice to have the Sultanate trade network. We have a sizable army here moving out. Ulala finding the few Yari cavalry here. Both players aware of that position. Is he just trying to push, or is he actually gonna fight? I mean, it looks so funny. They look like they're allies, but they're actually opponents. But they're not fighting against each other. Just chilling. Burning down the outpost before the sprinkler placement is coming in. Okay, yeah, it is actually burning down. So that was a good move, not too heavily investing into anything, not losing a whole lot here, just burning down the tower. Forge is next. Overall, that is a good angle of attack. Just burn down the blacksmith of your opponent. It's not just a mining camp. And yeah, but you do have to respect that at the same time. We do have Mounted Samurai and their Castle Age units. The Yumi currently are just Feudal Age, but it's still 12 Yumi, and so you do have to respect that with your Spearmen. And then again, the Yari not too bad against Sipahi as well. Ulala is messing up some resources here, so they kind of stop producing more units, except for, of course, the military schools. Trying to raid something, meanwhile getting enough units for the Castle Age. We have the Mehmed Imperial Army coming up, no surprise there. And yeah, hopefully that will be, you know, the small enforcement that Ulala needs to make it work against that unit composition, with the mangonels keeping the Ashigado in check, and then hopefully with the Sipahi and Spearmen being able to deal with the Mounted Samurai and the Yari. But it looks like they're completely unaware of the water eco here. Now maybe seeing that, but are they seeing the water eco? Yeah, okay, they're seeing fishing boats, so they see that moving out. But yeah, probably feeling really behind right now. You have a lot of Castle Age units here knocking on the doorstep. Meanwhile, had to rush down the Mehmed Imperial Armory, pulling some more villagers now to get it done faster. Asokich kind of respecting the position here, breached through the wall, but then not further moving in. Now, since Ulala reached the Castle Age, might want to actually push in further. I'm not sure why they didn't just move in here, but probably had their reasons. Eco numbers kind of even, what I say, in terms of food, but gold income a lot heavily in favor here for Asokich, and then also the wood income is a lot stronger as well. So overall, especially with the unit numbers, the vil numbers, and especially the fishing boats, Asokich in a really strong position right now. And Ulala now matching the army with the upgrades. The next upgrade coming in is the Spearmen. So we have Castle Age Spearmen now, we have some Lancers coming in. The Sipahi are still Feudal Age, so that would be nice to get 16 Castle Age Spearmen, Sipahi. But there's not enough gold at the moment, so we gotta wait for that a little bit. In terms of the vizier points, we have of course the imams and then the military school. I mean, speaking of the imams, where are they? There's one. There's the second. Okay, there you go. Never really seen them in the whole game so far. Unfortunately, alerting his opponent of the presence here, that he wants to pick up the relics, so that's not gonna work. Whoopsie. Yeah, pretty much in full vision here because of the fishing boats and the docks, so that imam is not gonna survive. A little bit of an overkill here, pulling all of the units, but I guess better safe than sorry. And yeah, Ulala just being pushed into the base. Did go for the Janissary Company, so they did get a couple of Janissaries, but only 6 Janissaries unfortunately. So 2 for each of the military schools, and then 1 for the main TC. So you could get up to 10. So that would be another 2 Janissaries right now, right out the gate. But at the same time, if you need to have it at a certain point, then yeah, better have 6 than not have 6 and lose more vills. Speaking about losing vills, there's a single mounted samurai in the wood line here, killing 1 villager, and not really a good reaction here by Ulala losing another villager. But yeah, eliminating that threat here fairly soon with the spearmen, but also it did cost them 2 villagers. Asokich not making any effort, by the way, to pick up the relics. Yeah, well, I mean, he picked up 1, but other than that, not really doing a whole lot here. Yeah, I mean, these are the best guarded berries I've ever seen in my whole life. And he's not even on them. That's the funny thing about that. I mean, I do understand it. Like, it is difficult. Like, as a rule of thumb, of course, if you have that kind of army, you want to do something with that, because otherwise it's basically just wasted resources. But if we're taking a look at what he actually sees, how do you move out? Like, if you move out and you underestimate what your opponent has as an army, you lose half of that and the game is over. And so it kind of makes sense to be a little bit more conservative and be like, you know what, I'm just saying that, like, I let them in my base, let them stay there. I have the military schools, they're producing. The longer the game goes, technically, the better it is for Ottomans. So, yeah. Also, it's probably also that he just wants to have more siege units, and so he's waiting for the siege mainly. But yeah, it seems to be the case here that Ulala is moving out. He'll meet some resistance here, at least by Asokich. Floating some resources, so we could see some more units here on the field. But overall, having a very sizable army here. Army numbers are pretty equal in army value, so it'll probably come down to microing who is gonna do a better job. We do have a lot of Ashigaru here, we do have a lot of spearmen here, and so it'll be a constant back and forth. The mangonels are gonna be in place here as well, and as this fight is ongoing, let's move into the cinematic mode. Yeah, Mounted Samurai trying to sneak around here, trying to go for the surround, but the siege right now is safe, is moving into the right position, shooting onto the Ashigaru, finding some really good damage. The Janissaries being protected in the middle, really nicely done here. And overall, even though it is a heavy loss, it does look like Ottomans are coming out alive on top here. A good shot again by the Mangonel. Now the Ashigaru can just run and kite better, so Asokich by no means is out of the game here, but yeah, I mean, both players lost a lot, and so very even fight still, I would say. Now needs to make sure that he doesn't lose the mangonel, but the faster units will be able to hunt that down. So unfortunately, losing all the siege, it appears to be that Ulala would have needed 2 or 3 more mangonels actually, because then this would have been an easy fight, because Asokich for the rest of the fight, for the last half of the fight, only had these ranged units, and if there were more mangonels, it would have been better. So maybe wanted to pull the trigger a little bit too soon. Getting another vizier point though. What are we looking at? We could go for the Janissaries and the Lancers. That would be an option, but you do have the Sipahi, so yeah, not necessarily need that. With the Janissaries, that would be really nice, so maybe we'll move into the Janissaries now. More heavily for now, the military schools are just on the Sipahi and also on, I believe, no, actually, no, it's 3 military schools, 3 Sipahi. Villagers here in trouble, as well as these who were just building the wall. If Ulala is not careful, he will lose all of these villagers. And yeah, GG is getting called. Ulala didn't see a good way to come back into this game, had the weaker eco, and was just not able to mass enough siege in time. Asokich making it... Well, Asokich winning the game. I don't know if he'll make it to the finals. We'll have to figure out after round 4. But definitely a good game. The last fight was fairly even, a little bit actually in favor for Asokich, just in terms of number. In terms of value, it was probably more or less the same, but the eco was, I mean, obviously Ottomans do get quite a good chunk of eco in terms of free units, so the resources gathered alone doesn't paint the whole picture, but still. Yeah, so let's switch back into the lobby here. And so yeah, they're in round 4. Nito, I'm really sorry to hear that. I was catching one of your games earlier, and that didn't look too bad. But yeah, sometimes it is what it is. I also had times where I lost 3 or 4 games, and I would just take it as a learning experience, and hopefully it'll be better next time. Also, if oh yeah, which one? That was the first. Wait, let me double check. Not the top bracket. That was the first one against Cristian Hormiga, where you were playing the Macedonians. No, no, wait. He was playing Macedonians. You were playing Ayyubids, if I remember correctly. And so yeah, one thing that was an issue in that game was that you went for the industry wing, but you didn't build a second TC. So what's the point in going industry wing if you don't go for the second TC? Other than that, it was fine, but it was just that you didn't have the eco then to match it. So you would have been better off if you went for the reinforcement wing, because then you have 3 desert raiders. So yeah, that's one thing that I would have done differently in this situation. But other than that, it was fine. So you definitely could have won that one. And then it also sets you up like a little bit different. You then have different opponents, so you know, like the what if basically, you know, everything changes after that. So unfortunately, and then Lykos also, yeah, is a good player, so it's fine to lose against him. And Sherlock is a very experienced player as well, so he has been playing a lot of low elo legends. So yeah. Well, the question is, did that build order that you copied, did that include going for a second TC? Because I don't see any reason why you would go for the industry wing in like to go up to Castle Age if you're not going for a second TC. I mean, what again? Like, why would you? So that was something that I had questions about. But yeah, better luck next time. I hope you still enjoyed it. If you wanna watch the game that I cast, I will put this video on YouTube sometime early next week, hopefully. So you can check that out. Also, anybody who joined late, maybe, I'll put this on YouTube so you can rewatch that. There were some entertaining games here as well, so stick around for that as well. Ba-da-dum. Yeah, okay. So the build auto would use the wood to make buildings and leave wills on food and gold to produce the land source. Yeah, that's cool, but again, like in this situation, if Macedonians is knocking on your door, I'm not sure if that's the right move. And you can build buildings, like you would get 900 wood. You could build buildings and then still go for second TC. Like you can do both, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think it would have been better to do that. But anyway, that's that's the past. Let's not dwell too much in that. Either way, thanks for joining us and stick around for the next games. I mean, wait, let me see. Are you actually done? Yeah, round 4 is done in the middle bracket. That's crazy. I did miss the Oasis game there. So I need to definitely catch the Oasis game. I was looking forward to that all day long. So let's see if we can actually catch a top bracket game. Let's see if there's anything online. Because I do want to see top bracket Oasis. That would be really fun. Dirtus is playing against Asokich, so we could catch that. Yeah, Puppy Paw is playing, but that is not for us, unfortunately. Okay, let's see if the other ones. Let me check. So the standings. No, you're not fifth. You're fourth. You're fourth place. So yeah, Kingdom just barely not making it into the finals. It's unfortunate. There's a couple players that they played 4 games, they've won 2, and then they lost 2, and then it comes down to like just like, did you win against someone who then lost against the other guy who won against who you won against, and so that technically means that you're maybe better or whatever. It's a weird metric there, so it's a lot easier and nicer if you just have more points, but if that doesn't work, then there's other things that determine whether or not you make it to the finals. So at least it hasn't been finalized apparently, so or I think so. Maybe oh no, yeah, the final bracket has been started. So yeah, that's how it is. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna refresh that one more time, and if there's nothing else, then yeah, let's just grab that here. It's also a cool matchup, by the way, for a reason that you'll see very, very shortly. So let's jump right into that one. Dirtus, I'm just gonna call him Dirtus because that's how he usually calls himself, is gonna play the Knights Templar, and Asokich, which we have just seen him play on Scandinavia, is gonna play the Malians this time. And so the reason why I say this is an interesting matchup is because Knights Templar seems like a super weird choice on a map like this, because as you can see, there's 2 sacred sites, and they're both inside of the oasis. So there's a big wood line, kind of like a donut shape, and then there's the 2 sacred sites in there. So, any pilgrims are not gonna be of any value until he chops through that whole thing and clears the way for the sacred site. And so Knights Templar is a really, really interesting choice on this map. I have seen it before, and it actually works. And it feels crazy that it works, but it does. It's just that you play like a standard Civ, basically. You just ignore the sacred sites for now, and then you just play it that way. And so that's kind of curious, kind of interesting. Malians on the other side, they don't really necessarily care about the sacred sites. They don't really care about all the food eco in here with all the fishing. And so yeah, and so that's why Malians is definitely a good civ here. No, I didn't actually. I was told earlier that I should check out their spawn, but then that kind of got fell down the wayside. So I don't know what happened there. If you want to enlighten us, that would be fun. But I have not checked out that game. I might actually. I guess I have to later on because everybody keeps telling me. Oh no. Okay, okay. They didn't set the teams together. Okay. So I'm guessing they spawned together, like close to each other on Scandinavia. Oh gosh. Wow. Okay, I definitely need to check that out later. Not to shame them. It's funny. It's happened to, I would argue, almost everybody of us. Like it's I want to say almost a common thing. Hmm. Yeah, that's not cool. They shouldn't blame anybody for that. I mean, it just happens. And you know what? If it happens within the first 10 minutes, I'm fine with them just having a restart. But oh boy. Oh boy, that is crazy. Yeah, in the meantime, if we're moving back here to the game at hand, Dirtus did open with the barracks. I want to say as you should against Malians, and it's just, yeah, bringing some spearmen to the front. There's some wolves here on the way, so well, yeah, there's a second one, so the spearmen actually lose a chunk of health here already on the way, which is one of the moments where I like to just A-move with the spearmen, because then the first spearman, like, yes, you delay the timing that you get there, but then at the same time you're saving all the health here, so maybe with the second spearman or with the scout you want to kill the wolves first. Oh yeah, and by the way, of course, the Knights Templar, they don't have a lumber camp, so they don't have to build a lumber camp and then build another one and another one and another one to hopefully guide the villagers in the direction. They can just let them go at it, basically. And so they actually, it's actually kind of easy with the Knights Templar to chop through here, and yeah, clear the way. And as soon as that is cleared, you can then just start with the delayed safe passage with the pilgrims and go from there. Meanwhile, of course, with all of the Dark Age aggression here, Dirtus is a little bit behind. Asokich already went up with the Monster Quarry, so yes, he will lose a little bit of gold income here, but that doesn't matter too much for him. He will just go to the next pit mine. And the next one would have been this one, but that's too far out there to his opponent, so he's just gonna go for the big one here, and then potentially for the small one here once this pit mine gets burned down. Dirtus is already going over here trying to figure out if that is in fact the case, and yes, it is. He is seeing the houses being built there, so we'll see the pit mine here very shortly. Kingdom of France is Dirtus' choice for the age up. That's a commandery I haven't seen for a while. Usually it is either the Principality of Antioch or the Knights Hospitaller. But the Kingdom of France, really cool, gives him the Chevalier Confrères, like the budget, the cheap knight versions, and then also yeah, the cheaper unit production as well. Yeah, so teams together in a 1v1 means if you don't do that, it means that your spawn is kind of random, and that means that you can spawn, like in this case for example, let's say they would have put, like, not teams together, it could be that he is spawning like here. And that is not exactly how it should be. How it should be. So, and then that can mean that you're super close to your opponent, and also in a weird spot, just like you're not diagonally from each other or whatever. It's just like you're sitting next to each other for some reason, and it is just very, very, very weird. Interesting. Dirtus killing the scout here, very nice find. That was just sneakily hiding here. And yeah, now Dirtus is just moving over to this pit mine here instead. And yeah, I mean, I think the default actually is that you put teams together. So usually you don't have to check that, but I've had it for some weird reason that it wasn't checked. You know, the box wasn't checked, and then the spawn was just completely messed up, and you're like, okay, fine, let's just restart this one. But yeah, in most cases that shouldn't be an issue. Meanwhile, Asokich only has 2 archers, so he did go for an archery range and then for 2 archers just to stave off that Dark Age aggression here. But now with the knights on the field, he might actually have to put down a little bit more effort to defend the pit mine here. Because yeah, again, they're weaker, of course, than regular knights, as you see, but at the same time they're also pretty cheap, and so that makes up for it. And they also gain extra health for each nearby heavy cavalry, so they work really well in big groups. They also work really well in later on when you have the Templar brothers, for example, in Castle Age. They work well also. I mean, you don't really do that at that point anymore, but if you go for the Slachter cavalry, they also work well with that. And so it's just like a nice little bonus that you get if you have them in mass numbers. There you see there's two extra health here because there's 2 other cavalry units, heavy cavalry units. So, you know, just a nice little bonus that they get. Asokich on the other side, 9 cows already. Doesn't have enough cattle ranches for the time being, so would need to add that as well, but is also busy with military production right now, adding the stable to respond with a sofa, and potentially also looking for some aggression himself. Meanwhile, we do see the villagers here heavy at work. There's even more getting pulled, and I mean, they actually, you know, it's a solid path in there. He also found a little pocket here that's really nice, so that'll save him some time as well, and making it in there. You know, it doesn't see anything here. He doesn't know how far it extends, but he can kind of guess. And yeah, slowly but surely making it in there. And once that starts popping off, Knights Templar is extremely strong on that map, because good luck denying that from your opponent if he has the only entry in. So yeah, that's the point where Knights Templar gets really, really interesting on that map. So really excited for that moment to happen. Yeah, they are mad smart, that is for sure. Dirtus is a player, usually either Conk 1 or 2, and he also is playing regularly in the Warchief Club, where of course he's getting beat there, that's for sure, but he's a very good player, and he's very, he's not afraid of competition, and he's working on improving, and Asokich also, I believe he's Conqueror 2, I'm not sure, but they're really good players, they're really smart, and they know exactly what they're doing. So that's really, really fun to see. Although, you know, slow reaction time here with the villagers, losing a couple villagers, but at the same time, the Donzo here cleaning up the spears, and the Chevalier Confrères cannot really deal with that Donzo mass. So killing a few villagers, but then also has to retreat, and the Malians, with all the passive gold income, with all the passive food income, losing a few villagers is not as bad as it would be for other civs. By the way, we do already have the pilgrims, and even though Dirtus doesn't... Well, I mean, yeah, he does see the... Never mind, he does see the sacred sites from the start, so he knows where the sacred sites are, he just doesn't know how thick the wood line is. So the pilgrims are actually already just chilling here, and at some point when there is actually an opening here, they will just flip over and walk back to the sacred site here. And even with the shorter one, 120 is not too bad. That's pretty solid gold income. A good raid here on the right side though in the meantime. Finding some, at least, yeah, one more villager killed. The other one should make it. No, never mind. Doesn't make it out alive. Gets a kill in return here, but trading a Chevalier Confrère against two villagers is pretty okay at this point. It's not always worth it, but in general in this situation it should be fine. Oh my goodness, look, you know, we talked about being smart. This is incredible. He pulled back outside of the range. Asokich was looking for his opponent where he expected where he would go, naturally, you know, retreating. But he actually just moved back, waited for 5 seconds, and then pulled back in again, killing another villager. So, really, really smart. Also, all the idle time and the distraction that he caused by that. So, very nice play here. A good counter right here, though, by Asokich. Finding a couple villager kills here as well. Needs to be careful, though, because of the spearman. Losing a sofa here as well. So, more or less equalizing here, but really, really cool to see these kind of, you know, battle tactics that these two players deploy. And yeah, it really speaks to their, like, state of mind, I want to say, that they can pull that off. And like, most people could think about that, but actually doing that in game is a different thing. Yeah, normally. So, yeah, kudos to those players. I love to see these games and these players being hard at work here, entertaining us. And yeah, they kind of took a turn here. This would be the closest, but again, doesn't see that, of course. And so, yeah, it's chopping a little bit in the wrong direction, but still will make it. I mean, he's, yeah, aiming for the sacred site here, so it shouldn't take too long, and then he'll already have some. There's already 5 pilgrims there. That is so funny. Yeah, they will just, you know, just wait there, maybe have a spiritual meeting, and then hop over to the sacred site once it becomes available. Meanwhile, Asokich is aging up to the castle age with the Grand Fulani Corral. These two cattle are not in there as of yet, but 17 already, or rather 15 right now. And yeah, so good cow boom incoming as the age up came through. Dirtus now with his army knocking on the door. And yeah, trying to find some damage as long as the upgrades are not come in. I mean, again, with the Knights Templar, a chop through like that does make sense, because you don't have to go for the lumber camps, and you generally have a very good wood equal. So you can get through that very, very quickly. And also, once you have that unlocked, it's gonna take forever for Malians to deny that. So it's extremely safe gold income. And so it's a very, very fun strategy. Speaking about fun strategy, we do have a lot of Chevalier Confreres fighting against the Donzo, which at this point are Castle Age. So kind of throwing his army away here, finding of course a few more villager kills, but overall losing all of his archers, losing most of his knights. I'm not so sure about this, to be quite honest. I mean, if we're looking at the army value, it's still not too much in favor for the Malians, but that's also because Malians invested into the age up and not into units as heavily. And so it was basically lose your army and your opponent is losing his eco, but is that gonna be enough though? These Chevalier Confrere trying to find some more damage, but there are some defensive units here as well, so shouldn't be of any issue. Donzo, yeah, already finding their target, just sniping one Chevalier after another. And now Asokich actually is on the forward move here with the army on the left side, with the Donzo and the single Sofa here, just hunting down his opponent. And Dirtus doesn't have the archer numbers to contest all of these Donzos. And every Chevalier Confrere basically gets one shot by this amount of Sofa. Donzo rather, not Sofa. So yeah, with the spear throw, just killing them from the distance and then just moving in. Dirtus also seems to be running low on food because he wanted to go on the deer pick here, but that is something that he will have to stop for the time being. We're still getting closer and closer to the to the chop through, but it's still not enough. Yeah, so the Donzo, that is one of the unique units of the Malians, and they do have a javelin throw. So it says periodically. I believe it's like is it every 10 seconds? I'm not sure how, it does take a while, but they do throw it, and it's especially strong, of course, against cavalry, because you do get the bonus damage from spearmen against cavalry. So that is really strong. And you get that for, like, it is just part of their unit. You get that from the Dark Age. You don't have to research anything. You just have that. And as you can see, the range is also pretty good. That's probably 6 or 7 tiles, I would say. And yeah, the dive was a little bit too overzealous here for Dirtus. Which is really a shame because I would have loved to see the chop through actually working and the pilgrims actually making their way to the sacred sites. And yeah, I mean, again, villager kills, that's all nice and good, but it doesn't really matter because his eco as Malians is way ahead already anyway. His resources was way ahead. And if you're throwing away all of your army just because your opponent went Castle Age, that is not too good. Also, Malians do have a very fast research time for their Castle Age upgrades, and so it doesn't take them 2 minutes to get their units up to the next age. And so a dive like that is probably not what you want to do. And in the end, Asokich, yeah, being able to, after that dive, push ahead and close out the game. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate for Dirtus, but that is how it is sometimes. Yeah, I think they do actually. I mean, if their path is blocked, they do walk around once they actually have have a path. I think they basically reevaluate their path every few seconds to see if there's something else that came up. I'm not sure if that works. Would have been interesting to see that, but yeah, not this time. Not this time. Alrighty. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. So the top bracket, Fklo against Ulala is still playing, and Zimrathan is playing against lykos. So they are still going on. Meanwhile, the bottom bracket, they did finish their their group stage, so they are in. Let's take a quick look at how it's looking. So Buddhaman against Mitra, and the air. Wait, what's that? Why is it so small on my screen? The airship player is playing against the Sheikh Djibouti. And what else? Middle bracket, I think they also finished their... No, they're not. No, yeah, they did finish. Never mind. So, yeah. They're already also in the semifinals. So we could grab another top bracket game, hopefully. Okay, so Zimrathan and lykos, they just reported their score, so they are done. Ulala, we could try to catch that one as well. Let's see if that is available. That probably would have been going on for a while. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's also an interesting matchup. Not a matchup that I would love to play, at least not for one of the civs. But let's check it out. So, yeah, as you can see, let's just hop into that game. We're playing on Oasis yet again. Let's switch to players here. Fklo playing the Byzantines. Yeah, just immediately moving out on stone and gold. So that is not too crazy here. On the other side, Ulala playing the Japanese, opening with the barracks. I mean, the game basically begs you to go for Dark Age barracks with 75 wood cost. And then also Byzantines, of course, being kind of vulnerable with, with the gold and, yeah, gold stone later on with the berries. So there's a lot of exposed resources that you can attack as the Japanese. At the same time, if we're looking at the spawn, there's no forward berries or forward gold that he could easily attack. So it's all in the back. It is all together as well, so it's kind of easy to defend that. As long as you have Limitanei, you can just move them in between, and all of that will be fairly safe. If we're looking at where the Grand Winery could be placed, there's some really nice spots around here where you can have good access to the berries. There's even a market close by with Shuganu and the War Elephant, so we could even see that, So a lot of options here for Byzantines, and a very defensible or defendable position for sure. We do have a couple spearmen here moving out already. This time there's not, well, I mean, there's a wolf over here, but not gonna be distracted as much compared to last game. Yeah, just this one wolf. So the scout already scouted where the resources are, finding the gold, the stone, and then here's the berries. So in general, that's a very good spot to keep the aggression on. But again, he also has to move all the way around the base, so it takes him forever. Byzantines already has almost enough resources for the feudal age. Meanwhile, Ulala basically, scraping by, you could say. The Akritoi defense also could be pulled for the villagers to defend against the spearmen if they wanted to. But for the time being, he got enough stone for now. It's fine. He got the first cistern. which, by the way, is extremely valuable. Getting the gold, getting the stone, getting the berries, getting half the woodland, getting all the sheep. Like, this is the perfect system, basically. This is just to get it up to level 2 and then later on for the woodline. But this is such a high value system. Pretty strong. There we have the Grand Winery. I personally probably would have put it out a little bit more out there, but I'm also a greedy player, so yeah, don't necessarily listen to that. But definitely a very strong Grand Winery here. We do have an outpost here that could deter the game just a little bit. Super annoying to deal with that. We'll see. We'll see what Ulala can work out with that. It will be enough to actually even fire on the Grand Winery. It denies all the berries, it denies the stone and the gold, of course. So, also a very high value tower as well. Which is the downside to having all your resources in one spot. It's easy to defend, but it's also easy for your opponent to deal with that. A lot of villagers getting pulled. Archive Toy defense is also getting activated, as we see with the spearmen having with the villagers having spears. So denying the tower for now, not dealing a whole lot of damage. So just cancel that and move on with your life. So we'll see if Byzantines is actually able to deal with that. He does have enough wood to drop a tower on his own if he wanted to. And again, like if we're moving out a little bit further, we see there's even more gold and stone here. So this is what I mean, yeah, pretty nice point here. Feudal Age coming up. Meanwhile, nine villagers being pulled for the Kura storehouse, just rushing up to Feudal Age to get access to the arrow slits, get access to the upgrade for the spearmen. Archery range, the right choice. Try pulling some villagers again, just to deny the tower, because if this comes up, you have an issue. As long as you can deny that, it's actually gonna work just fine with the archers. Is it gonna work though? This outpost is oh no. Is it coming up though? It is not coming up. Oh my goodness. Sniping the villager in the last second. And I mean, okay, you did lose a villager here, but that is a high value villager loss for sure. Archer now being able to just hunt them down. I mean, technically they're the same move speed, but at least doing some damage here. And damn, that was a crazy moment. 8 more, like that was a one hammer hit and the tower would have been up. That is insane. Really nice defense here and a little bit of luck, to be fair, by FClo. But yeah, that basically, if the tower comes up, I'm not sure if you GG at that point, but it is definitely incredible. Like, it's more than a nuisance, let's put it that way. But yeah, so now everything can settle down just a little bit. He'll just put some villagers on stone to make up for that time. He's still on sister level 2, so of course you want to have it on level 5 more or less as soon as possible. Meanwhile, yeah, he's still killing the spearmen here, really nice. So yeah, just adding more cisterns, there's a mercenary house. Okay, I want to say he hasn't checked for a contract yet. Going for the longbow does make a lot of sense. I'm personally, of course, as a Mongol main, very much in favor for the Kashik contract. But I do understand the need for the longbows. The aqueducts here are a little bit questionable. You could just have put it like this, but probably didn't think about that in this situation. Just wasting a little bit of stone here, but that's fine. But yeah, longbow's definitely a strong choice here. I guess you could say the longbows, you never go wrong with them, and with the Kashik, you can go wrong with them. And so that's why if you want to play it safe, the longbows definitely is always a good choice. And then like later on you also get the Landsknecht, which is a strange unit, you know, not always very valuable, but it can be. And then if the game goes really late with its Streltsy, the Rus hand cannoneer kinda, you never go wrong with that one. So definitely a strong contract and a high value one. Meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a raid here coming in, pulling all of it just to be safe. Kind of like an overreaction, but it's just what you do. Otherwise, he just keeps hitting, and you don't want to have that. Limited still Dark Age though. There you go with the Feudal Age upgrade, able to deter that horseman for now. And all the berries being swallowed up basically here in super quick time, just to get as much oil as possible. We can go for the first batch here already, and the second batch even. Wow, okay, good, yeah. So longbows will be on the field shortly. Then we have the Limited, and that should be able to deal with the Yumi. That should be able to deal with the horsemen. And then the only downside to that is that you don't have an armored unit in Feudal Age. So if your opponent would opt into Samurai, it may get a little bit tricky. But that also is a very big investment for them, so not the worst that could happen. Low health villager building a house and has to pay with his life for that. So not a quick reaction here by F-Clo, which he could have seen that a while ago, but probably was busy doing other things. Fine, Ascalad, yeah, of course. If you're going a longbow contract against French, that's probably the only time where never going wrong would be the wrong statement. But against, like, basically every other, like, yeah. Either way, I said what I said. You basically never go wrong with that. And I mean, even then, you just go Limited, or you, well, actually no, never mind. Yeah, let's not talk about hypothetical matchups. By the way, this is a very, very short chop through. If Ulala would see that, they probably would have done that by now. That's a really, really weird wood line here. But yeah, so counter to the matchup before with the Knights Templar, I don't think that the sacred sites here will play any role. I don't think that fishing will play any role, even though Japanese has cheaper fishing boats, and the Byzantines, funnily enough, they do get olive oil by gathering food from fish, which doesn't make sense, like in a biological sense, but it's very funny to me. And then there's also one relic in there, which sometimes there is a relic that spawns in there, sometimes not for some reason, but that probably also will not play the biggest of roles. So I'm guessing, yeah, I mean both players for now at least are pretty heavily investing into feudal, and both players are fine with that. Japanese has the core storehouse, so they're just getting their eco there, and Byzantines is really happy with all the cisterns and just having it kind of close by in their base. So yeah, both players for now just sitting in their base. Grand Winery, at least for now, not being used as a budget Aachen chapel in a sense, with building olive groves around that. There's even a lot of buildings here that would make that more difficult later on, in like the longer we go in the direction to the late game. So maybe that's not even what he is looking for. Ulala is pulling back for whatever reason, so I'm not sure what intel they had to make that call. They do have 2 units standing here, but they don't see anything. so they don't do anything. And then yeah, going back forward again. So just yeah, patrolling back and forth. And we do have siege engineering, so we could go for rams. That would be an option. On the other side, we do have a lot of longbow, limited and also getting the ranged defense against the Yumi, because there's a scary amount of Yumi, which Efklo might not know that, but he can definitely suspect that. So yeah, you do want to have the ranged armor. Ranged damage would also be nice for all of the longbows that you have. And then also potentially melee armor and damage for your horsemen and your limited. There's a wall here on the left side, so couldn't raid over here, but technically there would be ways to get into the base and raid here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like steeled arrow would be really nice with all the longbows, but and he does have the resource. Like at least he does have. Why does he have so much gold, by the way? I'm not sure. Yeah, just now moving a lot of wills from gold onto the deer. So yeah, just trying to get that. Meanwhile, he is also getting rid of those berries. So there's also another big berry patch over here, but that is kind of out of the picture, at least for now. And yeah, then he would have to start the farm transition. There's just a small deer pick over here. The berries ran out. And now he needs to think about farm transition, and there's not really a whole lot of space here, unfortunately. There's houses blocking the wood, the lumber camp can be deleted. Technically the archer range is also not really cool in this position. That blacksmith is in the way for farms. At least if you're looking at 2 rows of olive groves around it. So yeah. Also, we don't have a mercenary camp here, mercenary house. That would be really fun. Just to confuse your opponent and be like, whoa, wait, did he actually go for Shugunu? That would be fun. Yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of like a stalemate here. We have a lot of Yumi here and a good amount of horsemen as well. And even some spearmen to deal with the horsemen that Efklo has. But at the same time, yeah, we do have 15 longbows, 23 limited. They do have shield walls, so they could tank a little bit longer here against the Yumi. And while all of that is going on, we do have a small raid here in the top of the base of Ulala. But yeah, they're pulling the trigger now, they're moving in. And there's a lot of Yumi here now. Oh, let's actually do it like this here. Horsemen moving out onto the villages here, finding some villager kills. Limited getting decimated, and unfortunately they are not where the horsemen are. They're circling around now, and if they find the longbows, it's actually gonna be GG, maybe at least. There's a few limited here and a few horsemen still, but there's still a ton of Yumi here, so really strong army here. Even the fully garrisoned town center not doing a whole lot here, it seems like. And also now the villagers are getting killed here on the woodline. They have nowhere to run really. They could try to sneak around here, but they are just going through the army here, losing more and more units, and there's almost no army left from the Byzantines. The small raiding party is... Where even are they? Did they just die? That is unfortunate. Yeah, the vision is not too great. We don't have the border settlements yet. And yeah, there's nothing really that you have. There's a wall on the left side, which I'm not sure why, because Ulala never actually attempted to attack from the left side, so maybe a wall on the right side would have been a little bit better. And yeah, let's take a look at the casualties. So army-wise, almost everything has died. the longbow mass is gone, the limited name mass is gone, horsemen are gone. He lost 16 villagers. Has to kind of go for a second TC now to make it work. Luckily, Ulala has stopped attacking. You know, he retreated a little bit. Didn't opt for rams. He could drop 2 if he wanted to. And is now giving FClo a little bit of a breathing room here with the second TC to make it work. We also have a market to balance our eco if we want to, if we need to. We still have enough gold to go up to Castle Age, so that could be in the cards whenever we need to. Yeah, that also would be a thing. Meanwhile, Ulala, yeah, is just now putting up another wall here, so just securing a good chunk of the map, and actually is almost through this woodline here. Just needs to chop 1, maybe 2 more trees. It's probably just this one that is actually in the way here. So that should be done fairly soon, and then they could actually go castle and take the sacred sites, and could even force a sacred victory win if they wanted to. But I don't think that's actually gonna happen. Just, you know, spitballing here. I don't think it's gonna go that long to Castle Age. I mean, Ulala is halfway to Castle Age in terms of resources, but I don't think that they necessarily want to give their opponent more time. They did a good chunk of damage, but the Biz eco still is very strong with 5 cisterns, and with the second town center that Ulala doesn't know about yet. And good raid here again, finding 1 villager kill at least. Oh, that's the second one, low health villager over there. So idling out the eco here again. I'm also not sure why FClo is on gold right now. He does have way more gold than he needs to. So could have just stayed off gold and just focus on food. At least for now. Yeah, we see some palisade walls here getting dropped in the base underneath the aqueducts. TC Dive Part 2. Is the Japanese army strong enough this time to close the game out? Getting some more villager kills and not enough inside the in the TC to garrison. And horsemen trying to find some damage here, but there's actually no villagers left here. There's a few on the gold still, so they could get hunted down. A couple limited and horsemen here on under the TC, and uni numbers are still standing strong, but at the same time also getting decimated by the TC a little bit. But yeah, just the amount of Yumi here. What do you do against that? Well, I mean, you don't need ranged attack if you don't have ranged units, you know what I mean? I mean, we're talking about a handful. It's 1 batch of longbows, and we're adding archers now, which maybe because we have more wood than we have food and we can produce horsemen, but is generally not the advised unit. 25 villager kills, so that was not too bad, you could say. So definitely a better defense this time, but we see that wall completely doesn't do anything. I'm not sure if he's aware of that, but the walls actually don't connect with buildings. So yeah, that wall actually didn't do anything, unfortunately. Also that wall not doing anything here. So yeah, just put a wall in here. like between the wood line and the edge here of the map, because they can just run through here, and that gate is also kind of pointless. But anyway, it happens. Probably didn't think about that one, or maybe even never maybe even had that situation before to deal with that. The gap here is slowly closing down. So Byzantines technically not in a bad position when it, like, if the game would just continue on, but at the same time, if we're looking at the army number, that definitely paints a completely different picture here. Yeah, with 95 units right now, 59 Yumi, almost 20 horsemen. I think the only thing that's standing between a win now and, yeah, between you and the win here is rams. Just put down some rams. You have 1k wood in the bank. That will be 5 rams. Put down 5 rams. Get one of the aqueducts down. And then you destroy the cistern level as well. And then you go for the TC. You go for the landmark. You can basically landmark snipe at this point. The second TC doesn't even matter anymore. And yeah. Just some rams would be nice. But yeah. At the same time, you could just camp the production, camp the TC, and then your opponent will probably just surrender at some point. So yeah, well played. Boulala for sure. Almost, by the way, almost doing the chop through here to the Oasis one. That would have been fun to see that as well. But yeah, not quite yet. Yeah, Epclaw losing a couple villagers, then trying to make up for it with the second TC. But yeah, it wasn't enough at that point. And then also of course the miss macro a little bit with being too heavy on wood, which means that you're forced to go for archers instead of horsemen. Which aren't the greatest choice, of course, if your opponent has 60 Yumi already. So yeah, brutal fight here, and then not able to recover from that, unfortunately. And Japanese is, I think, one of the worst matchups that Byzantines can have. So yeah, I would say you did the best that you could, but it's just, yeah, I hate playing Byzantines against Japanese. I hate it. I don't think I've won a single game, at least in like Loyal Legends tournaments. So yeah, with that, so the top bracket group stage is over. So we can let's take a very quick look at where we at. So yeah, Fclo still making it to the finals, even though he didn't win the last game. Ulala made it to the finals as well. Dirtus and Asokich too. So they're in the semifinals, going to play on Dry Arabia, and then looking to see who is going to play the best of 3 finals. Then, oh yeah, then if we're looking at the middle bracket next, they should be, yeah, almost done with the semifinals. So Lykos winning against Lemtree, and Cristian Hormiga currently battling it out with Sherlocked. And last but not least, we do have the bottom bracket, and they should, oh, they're already in the best of 3 finals. So Buddhaman winning against Mitra, an airship player against Sheik. So actually, let's catch that first, because we haven't catched either one of them. Caught, of course. I swear I can speak English. I promise. I think they're currently still in the draft. They just started. Oh yeah. Also, yeah. Thank you for stopping by on my stream here, Fclo. I do hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, like all things considered, I think you played it well. It's again, I think it's the most brutal matchup that you can have as Byzantines, and like maybe French also doesn't feel good, but Japanese I would say is the worst. And yeah, don't listen to Askeladd. He's a mean cookie. He's well-meaning, but yeah, he's he's also German, so I guess he's just blunt. He says it how he sees it. He calls it how he sees it. So there's that. Um, yeah, thank you. Again, I hope you enjoyed it. I wish you a lot of luck and fun in the finals, in the semifinals first, and then hopefully in the finals. And yeah, for those I don't know watching, we're hosting these tournaments every week for free. You can join us and play. It's a lot of fun. You can also win coaching by Askeladd. He's one of our admins who offers coaching, but then also by Myriad, who's one of the well-known high-level players as well. So that is definitely a nice incentive to play here, not mentioning all the fun that is to be had here. So please check us out on Twitch, on Rising Empire's Twitch, and our Discord as well, on our YouTube, where I will put this video at some point next week. And yeah, consider joining and telling all of your friends, because the thing also is, the more players we have, the better we can balance the brackets, the more balanced and fair the games will be, because then you will actually play against people who are very close to your elo and not 2 ranks above you. Yeah. Alright, let's take a quick look at their chat. Oh, they're asking in the Discord about something. So they have a question. Let's check out the Discord. What is the question? Oh boy. Yeah, I just saw the screenshot of the map when they played on Scandinavia and their spawn was really close. One was really close to the water and the other one was where he would usually spawn. That is crazy. Yeah. Well, that is unfortunate. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so they're still figuring out how to do the draft. Maybe I can just show the spawn then. Oh great, they just hit their match history, so I can't check that out. Anyway. Um. Okay. Alright, so while they're doing their draft thingy, they're just banning their maps to see which maps they're gonna play on first. Oasis and Scandinavia are getting banned already, so they're not gonna play that. While they're doing that, I'm gonna take a very short bathroom break, and then we're gonna be right back with the best of 3 finals in the bottom bracket. So I'm gonna put that on break. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Well, I am back from my break. I do hope that you take. I just had that thought. You know, you gotta dehydrate. So, or hydrate rather. Drink something. If you haven't stood up and took a break and drank something in a while, go back and drink something. That is my advice. You will also play better, by the way. If you're hydrated, you will play better. Good. Okay, let's take a quick look at what these players are up to. Oh, by the way, we completely missed the lykos against Sherlock. No, yeah, we didn't miss it. Never mind. I was like, did they already play? But they didn't. So middle bracket is already moving into the semifinals as well, with lykos against Sherlock. And Buddhaman and Airship Player 1 should be in game now. Let's check that out. Okay, it says browsing customs. In lobby, okay, that's a good step, yeah. I hope they make it observable as well. Just gonna message them to be safe, you know. You never know. Yeah, sometimes you forget it and it's not on by default, so that's really annoying. So alrighty. Yeah, so mid bracket also moving into the finals. Top bracket still in the semifinals, of course. But yeah, also very competitive players. All of them were very high ranked. So should be like Conqueror 1 and 2 should be really nice. I was dehydrated. Do you mean hitting the bladder? I'm actually not even sure if that's the right word. I'm not a native, don't blame me. Don't hate. But like bladder? Yeah. Water sucks. Yeah, I think most players have issue with water, so I understand that. Alright, in game. Wonderful. Let's see if it's also observable. It is. Alright, so let's switch into that. Hopefully there's not gonna be too much of an observer delay. Just entering the game, gonna check that out briefly. Archipelago only next week. Oh my goodness. You know, it would actually be funny to see who is mad enough to to join a tournament like that, you know? Let's switch this. Oh my, why? Okay, cool. The bug is still there, or it's there again, whatever. So Buddhaman, playing the Macedonian Dynasty in the right side of the map. It is a cliffside against Airship Player 1, which... So because I switched the players over... okay, now it actually doesn't go back again. So... if I go into the caster mode, it puts Buddhaman on the left side and Airship Player on the right side, which is kind of unfortunate because I want to have it this way because that's how they're displayed here on the map, but then it also kind of changes the letters here. Wow. You'd rather be Mongol Tower Rust than play on water. That is, I mean, knowing how much you hate Mongols, that is a high statement. Like, you must really hate water. Oh man. Okay. Well, Optivlam really likes water maps, so I guess you're quite the opposite then. And he also likes Mongols, so there you go. Yeah, we see the first casualty of the game. You know, it is being said that the first casualty of war is the truth, but in this case it actually is the sheep here. Flying too close to the sun, in a sense, and getting sniped by the villagers. Well, I mean, obviously I can. I just did. It's just that for some reason I thought it was fixed. Like the other day, the bug actually was fixed, but maybe it actually is only the Macedonians, huh? I thought it was the new civs in general. But yeah. Let's switch over here to the villager graph. So Knights Templar is already on wood with a couple of villagers, but I don't think that they're looking for a 2TC play. So shouldn't be a 2TC play here. Meanwhile, the Macedonians, Buddhaman, mainly on, yeah, just now moving onto wood. Starting with the Hippodrome, not really a surprise there. The Hippodrome definitely is the more popular landmark of the two when you're playing the Macedonians. The Grand Winery also is kind of cool, and it works slightly different than the Grand Winery from the Byzantines. But yeah, the Hippodrome is just really strong, of course, as a stable, having the champion units. And then you get also horsemen and wizardry trained for free over time. And yeah, with the champions, of course, being just such a nuisance. Really strong, so no surprise there. Airship player already responding to that with the barracks play and with the Principality of Antioch. So not going for the Kingdom of France as we've seen the other game, but yeah, either, as I said, either like nowadays you either go for the Principality of Antioch or for the Knights Hospitaller. So with the Principality of Antioch, he's gonna get the Sergeants, which are also a very funny unit. They're melee, but they throw their units, but the damage is actually considered melee damage, and so any melee upgrades work for the Sergeants. And they also give 10% extra bonus to melee units, which also buff themselves. So yeah. Kind of like a nice self-buffing unit, you could say. Yeah, so both players hitting Feudal Age. Not really too crazy here. Again, I don't think we're gonna see a 2TC play, at least not a fast feudal play, fast feudal TC play here. Otherwise, he would have chosen a different build order. But there you have it, the Sergeant getting already a +1 by his. By the Principality. Where's the +2 coming from, by the way? Not sure. There's a horseman running in, but yeah, as a horseman, of course, not dealing too much damage here. They also have a really high melee ranged. Melee armor, and so the only way to counter them is, like, of course, archers or crossbows, if you could have them in Feudal Age. But yeah, in Feudal Age it's basically just archers that counter them because they have such a high melee armor. Villagers getting pulled, but also getting a lot of damage here. That should... Oh my, it is actually enough to kill that unit. We're also losing a horseman here. But yeah, getting the villager kill here is really nice. Spearmen getting added to the mix. And so yeah, Knights Templar already slightly behind here in villagers. Did they go for... Yeah, they're going for the safe passage now. So they did lose a little bit of villager production time with their age up. Now they're losing a little bit with the safe passages. And that's one of the reasons why people like to go for second TC, because it just offsets that issue. Because then you have multiple TCs. You can also age up from a separate TC, but the pilgrims will actually only spawn from the Templar headquarters. So it's actually not called the town center, it's the Templar headquarters. And so the pilgrims will spawn only from that. And 105 gold to this sacred site is not too bad. This one would definitely be a little bit better. But yeah, if we're looking at the resources here, Buddhaman floating a lot of gold at the moment and is not as heavily on food, so either not a clean fast castle play, or he's just gonna pull the villagers at some point. Meanwhile, a second villager going down against the horsemen. How is it that they kill that villager? I mean, they only do 9 damage per hit, and there's not a champion here, so... Yeah, unfortunately for airship player, losing a villager here, but at least we'll get some kind of revenge here against the horsemen, killing both horsemen and eliminating that threat at least for now. Yeah, Buddhaman still not pulling off gold. I mean, also because the more gold you get, the more silver you get, and the more silver you get, the more upgrades you get, and the more upgrades you get, the more wins you get. So maybe that's also one of the reasons why he doesn't care too much about that over investment in the gold production here. Also almost getting another villager kill here, as well as the information that his opponent is most likely looking for a second town center. Ayyubids also getting pulled to the villagers here, but somehow really low health already. I'm not sure why actually, but good for KT. Ooh, okay, it's not a second TC, it's a fortress. That would be the other option that you can use the stone for in the feudal age. You just go for fortresses. So yeah, we'll have more pilgrims, we'll have a little bit of a safer passage as well. So overall really nice here. Meanwhile, sergeants and the spearmen cleaning up here the few units here from the Macedonians. I want to say cleaning up at the same time. I mean, they don't do bonus damage against them, they don't do bonus damage against them either, so it's just units hitting each other in the face. Also super low health Bowmaster here, so you could have just hit him once and then your archer would be gone. But yeah, with that fortress and with that gold income, that should feel really safe here to go up to the castle age at some point. Speaking of a castle age, Buddhaman is still not getting closer to castle age in terms of gold. That pilgrim should make it out alive if they don't attack further. Another barracks getting dropped. Now we just have the 2 Varangian strongholds here, and then just, yeah, wood and berries. Nothing else so far. Both players have pretty much I want to say covered the whole map, but airship player hasn't even actually really scouted the base of his opponent. Yeah, the horseman champion is pretty strong. Hippodrome horsemen, they're also really strong as well. So basically all the units with this circle, whatever that is, around there, above their head, are insanely strong, and you need to respect that. Even getting the Ritari, although he's still in, like, okay, how does that work? So he's in feudal age and he's still getting the Ritari. That seems a little bit broken, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, you can build them from them, of course, when you're in castle age, but did you get them? That is pretty crazy. Wait, why is that? Why is that? Yeah, you can have one of them. That's cool. I mean, yeah, you always love it when your opponent gets castle age units in feudal age. That seems totally fair and balanced. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of idle villagers here because we just ran out of food and we can't really go out on the berries here, so it might actually be that this game is over very quickly because airship player is pretty much starving to death here. He'll starve to death in a golden casket, but he nonetheless will starve to death. Villagers getting pulled here against the Tyrosyphon, which is not a good idea, by the way. They are susceptible to fire damage, not to mention all the units that's standing around here. So, yeah, just look at the damage that the sergeants are taking. And with that, we do have the first game being concluded. Buddhaman playing the Macedonians, and yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of knew about it. I just hoped that they would be coming out in Castle Age, not in Feudal Age. But yeah, pretty crazy. And yeah, Macedonians, please nerf. You know, you heard it here first. Please nerf them. So yeah, okay. The good news is that Buddhaman will not be able to play Macedonians anymore because he won the first one. Well, to be fair, like the scout with 250 health and 7 damage is strong, but I wouldn't say that's the more problematic issue in this situation. Like having a Castle Age Reader, which basically shits on anything in Castle Age, but you already have in Feudal Age, that seems a little bit more, you know. But yeah, so that was the first one. They're doing the draft for the second one. Buddhaman, as well as, again, not being able to pick Macedonia anymore, so he's gonna play something different. An Asher player also opting for something else. Ooh. Did the middle bracket have a disqualifier in the finals? Oh, okay, I don't think so, but no, they should play. No, actually, never mind. It will be. Okay, then. Yeah. Anyway, the admin will fix that one. We're not gonna look at that for now. Let's see if the players have already started their game. Oof. Okay, they're still in lobby, so they should start the game fairly soon. Meanwhile, if we're just in the meantime, we can look at the other brackets. So in the top bracket, Dirtus has won against Ulala and is now waiting for either Asokich or Fklo. And in the middle bracket, there's some reporting issue here in strategy apparently, but Lykos is actually playing against Kingdin, so they will just report that and fix that when the series is done. So let's switch that back to the bottom bracket and let's check out if they're still in lobby. Oh man. Oh well. Wait, I'm not sure if with Runestone and Rita the champ that the infantry move faster than a knight. I sure hope that's not the case, but I mean, Macedonians are pretty strong. I think there's no argument about that. I would say they are a little bit too strong, just because if I look at their win rates, it is completely through the roof, and so that can't be right. You know what I mean? So yeah, should be toned down a little bit in my books, just a little bit. Also, it's kind of funny that they're complete opposite. The Byzantine, or like not the opposite, but like their original, the Byzantines, they have like the lowest win rate right now. So it's kind of interesting to see how a civ that was regarded pretty OP by some is now the weakest, and Macedonians, which kind of flew under the radar for a little bit, is now the strongest, or at least the most successful. Either way, we do have the game, and let's see if we can jump right into that one. So yeah, they're playing on Gorge for the second game. Buddhaman up 1-0, so he could win out the series now if he is winning this game. So let's switch that over here. So we do have the caster mode. Buddhaman this time playing Order of the Dragon, and his opponent airship player playing the Rus. Probably not going for a double hunting cabin opening. Or maybe he will, and then he will just add it like either here or on the other side. Or in this small wood line, although that's probably not the most efficient one. And yeah, he could. I mean, they made it a little bit cheaper. A few patches ago it was 100 wood, now it's 75. So he could still go for another hunting cabin if he wanted to. Oh no, never mind. That's a scout. I was just seeing a dot here and thought that was a building. So Buddhaman, yeah, just running around here for now. He did see that hunting cabin, grabbed some sheep off his opponent. He went right through the middle, which is not the most efficient scouting pattern that you can do on Gorge. Usually you would kind of go to the middle and then dive off to the side and then make your way back, because most of the sheep are actually on the sides and not necessarily in the middle. And we can see he grabbed like 3 or 4 of the sheep that he has. He grabbed them when they were here. In the meantime, how we're looking in sheep. So that was the second scout. Yeah, there's another one here for airship player. Let's switch that over. Yeah, he's kind of made it to the middle and then scouted around here and now is moving to the other side. So he should be able to find a lot more sheep than his opponent. There's one. There was one over here. So he'll probably grab some more sheep than his opponent, which is really nice as rules, of course. Yeah, there's the second hunting cabin. And is it really? Okay, going for the third one right away. Alright. That's a bold choice. Getting a lot of gold income here for sure, and again, a lot of sheep. Finding some sheep. He also did find some sheep, but overall, let's see. I mean, you have that. You have here a few sheep. Yeah, fairly even, all things considered. In the meantime, Buddhaman heavy on gold. I don't know why he has so much gold. Going up with the Minework Palace, indicating that he wants to put some aggression to his opponent early on and not wait it out. Could technically, of course, still be something like a fast castle play, but yeah, definitely indicates some aggression. On the other side, we have the Golden Gate, not a surprise there. The Kremlin, I guess, could work in this map. Like, you could put it around here or here, and then you cover a lot of gold, like a lot of resources and space as well. But the Golden Gate with the tickets and the easy ability to, yeah, to manipulate the eco to your advantage is hard to pass up on. Let's put it this way. We currently only have 2 scouts, so it doesn't necessarily mean pro scouts for the Rus. It could be, but at least for now we only have 2 scouts. So yeah, could mean pro scouts, but maybe not. Yeah, airship player went close on the TC, almost too close, but he did see the Minework Palace, so he knows that he needs to prepare for some potential aggression. We don't have any production buildings yet except for the barracks, but there's not anything going on here. Yeah. Yeah, it is some kind of a strange build. I definitely agree with you on that one. Mind you, these are gold / low platinum players, so I wouldn't expect miracles in terms of inventing efficient build orders or whatever. So that's not really a big surprise here. He did see that he needs a lumber camp here, that is good. And we do have the Gold-Conqueror coming up, which is cool, but you don't have any units. So I do want to... Okay, there's the first man-at-arm in queue. So starting with some aggression now. Airship player actually going on gold very early on. Probably thinking that it's not enough gold here with the sheep. So yeah, looking like a fast castle play here, going on gold heavily early on, and then also does have a ticket that he just used. Alright. Wait. Yes, he... I'm not sure. It definitely is fast castle, but I'm not sure about the execution here. And Buddhaman... where's the rally point set to? Okay, well, let's follow that. So he... Oh yeah, I mean, of course, he knows about that going on. I mean, sending a man-at-arm there, I'm not sure about that. It takes a long time. And... yeah, it just takes a while for the man-at-arm to get there. And then all you do is you kill one villager. If you would know about this, then that would be a lot more fruitful. Abbey of Trinity. That is cool. I like that. It is definitely ambitious. It's definitely ambitious, but I really like to see that, and could potentially throw off your opponent just a little bit. And yeah, with the split, you're absolutely right. It could be that he usually plays HRE, he does that split with HRE, it works fine, and maybe didn't think about about Order of the Dragon a little bit. Because the villagers, they're a little bit different. I mean, they have more health, but also cost more. I mean, how are they? Yeah, they're just a little bit different, so maybe that is the reason why. Man-at-arm lost almost half of his health, but did get a little bit of idle time. Also denied the lumber camp here, which is gonna be a little bit annoying here for airship player in a short time. Meanwhile, the hunting cabin is getting torched down kind of fast. So that's gonna be some gold income being lost, but yeah, he still has villagers on gold, so I guess he'll be fine there. And yeah, Abbey of Trinity, really cool to see that. Kind of, I don't know if I want to say underrated landmark, but definitely something that we don't see every day. So I really like that. It's also solid fast castle timing, but there's also a battering ram coming up here. So unfortunately that's in TC vision, so it's not really a surprise. The question is, can you deal with that? We do have an archery range and gilded horseman. And crossbow is the right response to the man-at-arms, but the horseman is a completely different story. So we'll see if that is going to work. Villagers getting pulled to fight against the ram. Meanwhile, the man-at-arms here fighting against the villagers. And we have a little bit of idle time here, and the crossbows trying to deal with that. 8 villager kills already is quite heavy, not to mention that there's almost 20 villagers idle right now. 15 now. And 12 villager kills. Oh my goodness, 12 villager kills already. Like, yeah, sure, Buddhaman is losing all his army, but at the same time, he did some substantial damage to airship player. That is pretty brutal. We do have the first relic being picked up, so the warrior monks will be able to do something with the relics. Yeah, I mean, I guess on Gorge you definitely can argue that a high trade house is less valuable. Just because of how the woodline spawns pretty compact behind your base. And so it's not... It doesn't feel too great, and Abbey of Trinity, yeah, with the warrior monks, you get them super cheap, like insanely cheap, and they have some really cool some unique techs as well. So yeah, you can definitely make it work with them and grab all the relics and stuff, and especially against HAE, if he wanted to go Regnitz, which sometimes you do that as Out of the Dragon, that is really strong. If you just deny all of the relics, the Regnitz is basically completely useless. So yeah, I do like that play. I just hope that it kind of works out in his favor, because he's already down 12 villagers. And that is really tough to come back from that. Yeah, so the thing is, you definitely want to go spearman and crossbow. Like, crossbow against the men-at-arms, and then you need spearman to protect the crossbow against the horsemen, which inevitably will come. And so crossbow spearman generally is a good option. You could also go knight's crossbow, and then you just let the knights be your front line against the horsemen and hope that they cannot run around you. But then you would have to mass up enough to be able to protect your crossbows. So yeah, that's what I would do. It's either knight's crossbow or a spearman crossbow. The knight's crossbow would also have the benefit that you can actually grab the knights and run around your opponent's base and try to do some damage. So we already have 3 relics, and the last one is gonna be picked up shortly. So in this department, you know, in the relic department, airship player is doing a really good job, and he hasn't lost a villager in a while now. So close call here with the Vololo, but yeah, you can see there's a couple of dead crossbows here. So down to 3 crossbows, just because he doesn't have the front line right now. And yeah, I mean, the warrior monks, they're kind of cool, but they're not a great front line. They're not really the strongest fighting unit, and so definitely need to have some more units here to be able to deal with the men-at-arms and especially the horsemen. We do have the issue that there's basically no food here. So, I would have loved to see the ram being converted. Careful there, don't run in there. We do have horsemen now here. Oh wait, he actually did? No way, he actually did. Wait. He did get them with the Vololo? How did I miss that? Okay, that changes the whole game. Like, right out of the bat, you have... I mean, yeah, sure, they're just, you know, fuel age. But... yeah, in a while, I'm saying, like, in a while. He has lost 12, but then he hasn't lost any for the last 5 minutes, so... he's keeping them alive, and he even managed to get some units. Like, he has gilded men-at-arms now, and a gilded horseman even. That is really cool. So that is potentially game-changing, because now Buddhaman has to fight against his own army. He does have very low health units, and he invested a lot of resources into all of this. And now what? You know, he has a lot of wood, so yeah, he could just sell wood and try to get up to castle age, but his opponent is already there. 8 crossbows is a sizable army, you know, at least for this stage of the game. And I don't know, I'm liking Ash's position. Like the villager situation is an issue, but at the same time, okay, we have 2 tickets. He's floating 900 gold. I'm not sure about the eco situation. That's a little bit troublesome, but you could just buy a little bit of stone, and then yeah, wait for a few more tickets, buy stone, get a second TC. That definitely would be an option. Also, kiting is a thing, especially against men at arms. But I guess we're not kiting today. Well, I mean, it kind of works. With the crossbows, even if you don't kite, apparently you can still kind of do a lot of damage there. So yeah, grabbing another sacred site here. Yeah, overall, like the defense at first was a little bit botched, but now it's starting to look better and better for him. The army value is where it should be. In general, these units are what he needs. He needs more frontline, but in general, that is pretty much what he needs. More spearmen, and then you're fine. Also, more spearmen and then upgrade them to castle age. That would be a thing. But yeah, Buddhaman throwing away a lot of units here. That's a lot of investment that he has, and he's not really getting the damage that he wants to have. Crossbows not firing away on the man-at-arms, that is an issue. You do not want to focus the horsemen, and you kind of want to run, but we're getting Saint's Blessing now, I guess that's at least something. Okay, so some units apparently focusing, but yeah, no. That is unfortunate. Throwing away half of your army just because you want to fight against horsemen, which you do not counter, is kind of rough. But somehow we still have 10 crossbows here, so it still weirdly somehow kind of works. Also, the scouts are tired of waiting and they want to fight now, which, yeah, not gonna work. What else is happening? Okay, so this deer just ran out, so there's a boar left here and there's more deer over here. All 3 sacred sites being captured again. More production buildings. Yeah, I mean, the food situation is a little bit worrisome, but other than that, I think the airship player is not in a terrible position. Yeah, especially because of that. So Buddhaman's still just full going like man-at-arms. Well, actually not man-at-arms anymore. He's going archer now, which is a smart decision. And so with this comp, he actually has a fighting chance again. But it's still, even though it's all of the dragon, it is feudal against castle. So yeah, now at the latest, and as the player knows these units, he can see them. Now would be the moment definitely where you go knights, because they're okay against the horsemen and they're definitely okay against the archers, and you need a front line. This is cool, but you definitely need to have a front line. Also, I mean, by now we're ahead in villages, which doesn't necessarily mean a thing because all of the dragon villagers are much better. But again, we haven't lost a villager in 10 minutes, you know? You gotta give credit where credit is due. Another fight ensuing here. The spearmen dealing with the horsemen, and then we just have a lot of archers here in the back, which we don't have the knights for it at the moment, but yeah, now we can just run them down. That is really nice. At least in theory, we can run them down. Yeah. Buddhaman technically doing a good job here with the kiting and the microing. It's just that he doesn't have the numbers and the age to really contest that. So even though that the archers are a good idea against the crossbows, yeah, it's kind of rough. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like besides that, like we have a little bit of idle time here for Buddhaman, so he wasn't completely building, and then that way, as the player was actually able to get ahead. Military count, like with the Warlord, that was crazy, so that also definitely helped. And resource-wise, also was getting ahead now. So struggled here for sure with the fast castle. That really put him behind a little bit with the feudal ram attack, but then was able to stabilize and get ahead. And if we're looking at what we, yeah, I mean, Buddhaman was close. He was close to Castle Age, but he wasn't there, and then he lost all his army, so needed to tap out here. Yeah, also yeah, blacksmith upgrades. That's also something. That is also a thing. But yeah, so that means both players won one game. Buddhaman cannot play Macedonians anymore, and Asher player cannot play Rus anymore. But they are in for their third map, which is gonna be. So they did play. It should be Dry Arabia then. Let's see. Should be Dry Arabia. And oh, yeah, should be on Dry Arabia. They're getting ready to pick their next civs shortly. Alright, while they're setting this up, we can take a very quick look at the other brackets again. So top bracket, they did make their way to the final, so Asokich was able to win against FClo. So Asokich will meet Dirtus, or is meeting Dirtus now in the finals. But yeah, Ulala and FClo, thanks for playing. You did a good job, and I hope you enjoyed it. So we hope to see you again another week, another time. Oh, by the way, we haven't made an announcement yet, but I'm planning on having a 2v2 next week. So if you're interested in team tournaments, next week is gonna be a good chance for you to grab a mate and then battle it out in a 2v2 tournament. The mid bracket, it says lykos against Sherlock, but it's actually King Din because there was some issues and player had to drop, so it's just a star GG issue here. But lykos is playing against Sherlock right now. Not against King Din right now in the finals. And last but not least, let's go back to the bottom bracket and see if there's any new developments there. They should have made a draft. They did. And so that should be on Dry Arabia. Let's take a quick look if they've already started. It says browse and customs. Okay. So the matchup will be Order of the Dragon. So Buddhaman will play Order of the Dragon again, and Asher player will play French. So you know what? Actually, kudos to Asher play. He played 3 different civs in 3 different games. That is quite nice. So even though it's the bottom bracket, he's playing a lot of different civs. Like a lot. Okay, I don't see any other matches on, by the way. Even though the other brackets should also play. But yeah, I don't see anything. Interesting. So even if I wanted, I couldn't observe any other games. Okay, they're both in lobby and should start the game fairly soon. Okay, now they're in game. Let's check that out. Yeah, so they're gonna play on Dry Arabia, just as I suspected. Let's move it over here. And there we are! So, best of 3. Each player has won 1 game. And each player has lost 1 game. And so we are in the deciding match. Buddhaman playing the Order of the Dragon again, just like last game. And Airship player playing the French this time. And yeah, map is Dry Arabia. Players are playing in purple and pink, which is not the greatest color choice. I actually could change that. Well, it doesn't change on the mini-map. Oh, never mind. Okay, so let's see what their strategy will be this time. So Buddhaman already moving out to gold here, just a little bit. So 2 at the moment. Hopefully he will rally to food at some point. Otherwise he will have a little bit too much gold again. And Airship player did open on wood for 20 wood. I'm not sure what that is for, but we might find out. Let's speed it up a little bit just for a few seconds until we hit the lifetime. And yeah, if we're looking at the scouting pattern here, Buddhaman just going around the base of his opponent a little bit, which makes sense. I mean, if you want to play aggressively, you want to know where's the gold, where are the berries, where can I attack my opponent. On the other side, we have Azure player just going to the side and then all the way around. And then circling the base just a little bit. Didn't really scout the gold, which is kind of something that you want to know as French, if you're planning to go to play aggressive with the School of Cavalry. So, I'm not sure what he will do there. But we'll see. Minework Palace, again, the choice here for Buddhaman, so it might be that he will play it more or less the same way, but probably instead of Man-at-Arms, he'll probably just go for Spearman Horseman, which is a very, very strong comp, because the Spearman obviously countering the Knights, and then Airship player will be forced to make Archers, which then the Horsemen counter. And so, yeah, there's not really anything wrong with that comp there. Also, of course, the Minework Palace giving some unique upgrades for the Horsemen and Spearmen as well. With the All Pike, I believe it's called. School of Cavalry on the other side, not a surprise there. The only surprise is that Azure player, he's floating a little bit of gold, which is the reason why he can actually afford to take his villagers and build the School of Cavalry with the gold villagers, which usually you don't want to do that. You want to have steady gold income, but if you have to build like this, then yeah, you might as well do it that way. With a clean build, you could have the School of Cavalry about 4 minutes, maybe even a little bit faster. But with floating so many resources while you're aging up, means that you'll have a delayed timing. So basically, you could have a knight on the field at this point and on the way to the gold here, which we don't even know about the gold yet, but that would be an option. Yeah, we're getting the melee armor first, and then yeah, that is in the Castle Age and that's in Imperial Age, but we do have a barracks here, so we will get the spearman. That's the unit that makes sense the first, and then once he adds archers, you then go for horsemen. And there we have it. So the first spearman on the field already, but just protecting. Okay, so we're not playing the aggressive route that much this time, but rather playing it a little bit safer. And let's see what the knight is going to do. Okay, we don't really know. We know everything about the map, we just don't know about the base of the opponent. Maybe he's hoping that the gold that he already sees is the gold that his opponent is on, which they're not. That would be the second gold. Yeah, I'm not sure about the knight. What he's going to look for. Maybe the deer, but the issue is he does know about the berries, so he could attack there. But other than that, there's not really anything there. Trying to get a raid on the woodline, but because he didn't really see anything there, not able to really do anything there, not get any damage. He'll also have the issue that with the knight you cannot double shot, like a 2-hit the villagers, because the gilded villager has more health. And so it's actually not gonna be as easy to get kills here. Meanwhile, the gilded horseman on the other side did some good damage here on the villagers, so it's a good first try. And also, of course, it's faster, so he'll be able to run away every time if he wants to. Buddhaman responding with a tower here on the wood line, which kind of sees everything if someone comes in. And yeah, this horseman bringing the knights to the party, but at the same time, Gilded Spearman able to take out one of the knights already. So that is pretty huge. And so yeah, airship player with 4 knights at the moment and not able to do any damage because he cannot really fight against either one. Yeah, so Jones, this is the bottom bracket. So best of 3 bottom bracket, both players currently 1 win, so this is the deciding match. And yeah, whoever wins this wins the bottom bracket. Now Buddhaman, yeah, just denying the remaining part here of the berries, and this is what I talked about earlier. Now we have to go into archers, but there's already the counter for the archers there, so villagers need to get pulled, so you're losing access to the gold. They want to go on the food here on the deer, but probably cannot do that for long. I mean, the Gilded Spearmen are pretty tanky, so the 2 archers there are not really an issue. Now we're getting more and more archers. So, question is, can Buddhaman match that with Gilded Horsemen? One knight going down, another one, so losing a lot of knights. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, losing all of the knights here. And just getting down one of the spearmen and one of the horsemen. That is rough. So if we're looking at the destroyed value, 1,410 to 640. Pretty significant loss here for airship player, already putting him in a very, very difficult position. Also, he only has one stable, of course, so producing the knights back will take a while. He's adding houses here in the back, but currently on the food here, that is at least something, you know, it's the light at the end of the tunnel in a sense. Another raid coming in. Archers mass able to kill all the villagers, all the spearmen at least, so kinda stabilizing here, equalizing also the damage that each player has taken, so that was definitely not the greatest fight for Buddhaman. But yeah, that feels rough. That feels rough to have a good lead and then losing it just like that. By the way, yes, for those watching live, I'm pretty sure my internet is acting up again right now, which I do not understand why it was going. It was going fine the whole evening. I even restarted my router before I started the stream, just to make sure. And now for some reason my internet is... No, it actually is my internet. I checked. It's my internet. No. I wish I could blame Twitch, but it's actually my internet. OBS is also showing that I'm losing packages, and I did a quick internet test, speed test, and it was like, I have 250 megabyte per second download, and then I have like 2 megabyte upload, which, yeah, kind of sucks, and it should be like 20 times as high. But yeah, we're doing the best we can here. So, airship player able to push back Buddhaman just a little bit, but is now getting deterred by the outpost here. And Buddhaman actually moving into, well, it has one man at arm, but it just doesn't have the numbers right now to really contest airship player. So if airship player can go for rams, he actually might be able to end the game rather soon. Finding out about this is high value information and moving over with the knights already. So, ooh, that is a lot of villagers. That is a lot. No, 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 no! Don't attack them yet. Okay, that is a lot of villagers. This could be game ending. A lot of archers here getting chased by... Whoops, sorry, no! Getting chased by one single horseman. But... yeah, has his eyes on the villagers. Almost able to kill one more villager over there. The knights killing villagers left and right. It's gonna take a while still because they have so much health. But... yeah, now finally moving the archers on top of the spearmen. But again, fighting with your knights against the gilded spearmen is a death sentence. And now might just lose everything here. Even though he killed a few villagers, that is great. But yeah, will most likely lose everything now against this one single gilded horseman. Ah, man. Yeah, the microing here wasn't the greatest. Fighting with the knights against the spearmen is absolutely horrible. Other than that, it was a great engagement here by airship player. Killed a lot of villagers. And was able to save at least some of the archers. Well, good. While all of this is going on, let's take a quick look here. Floating a lot of gold, not having a whole lot of knights. Do have 4 archery ranges. Wait. Never mind. Not 4. We have barracks. Why do we have barracks as French? Is that even legal? But yeah, so 1 stable and 2 barracks and 2 archery ranges. Making spearmen now, just because we don't have the knight numbers to actually successfully manage the horsemen, but now the horsemen will not be our issue, but rather the man-at-arms that Buddhaman is now switching into. And we're pretty heavy on gold still. And again, lacking a little bit of food here. He's doing a good job in gathering food from all around the base, all around the map. That is really, really cool. So that is a good choice here, but still needs to get more food. Meanwhile, Buddhaman also, yeah, moving out to the deer again. Would love to take that as well, but that's gonna have to wait for now. Asher player moving out again, was able to kill a few units, and has a sizable army, and he knows exactly where he can attack. Doesn't have a scout though, so he should rebuild that one. But with that army, he should be able to, yeah, find a lot of damage here again. Buddhaman has to run, losing another villager, potentially more. There's one more. And also losing access to the wood line. Stable getting burned down for now. And yeah, I mean, I kinda understand the idea behind the men-at-arms, but at the same time it's not, I don't think it's really a great idea. I'm also not sure why we're going Royal Institute when we're losing all the knights yet again in a fight while we're aging up, so Asher player should have taken that moment to take his stuff and leave, but still trying to do more damage. 12 villager kills already here. Not enough knights to deal with this. The men-at-arms are a menace, but hopefully he will not lose everything again. Yeah, again, while he's aging up. So let's hope that he keeps this one knight alive while he's going up with the Royal Institute. And Buddhaman floating a lot of wood, but otherwise very, very starved right now. Lost 12 villagers, which is even more painful considering that he is Order of the Dragon. And so I'm not sure what his next move will be, because he at one point he wants to go up to the castle age as well, but he also kind of wants to get more villagers, and that is kind of, yeah, being between a rock and a hard place here. Also would be, well, he actually has chivalry. No, don't go in again. Oh, hit. Yeah. You can charge with a low health knight. You just need to pull it back immediately after that. Buddhaman also throwing away his men-at-arms here for some reason. I'm not sure about that. We are getting the upgrades now. Even taking that board, that is a ballsy move. I gotta give him that. But yeah, we're going Royal Institute and we have not even a handful of knights. now moving into arbalètres for... I guess because of the man-at-arms. I mean, crossbows last game worked like a charm, so maybe he's like, I'm gonna do the same again, because he's man-at-arms only right now. 8 man-at-arms, 3 more in queue. Might as well go up at the trees, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the villager difference is that, of course, as Order of the Dragon, you will always have less villagers because your production time is higher, especially against French. It's just that he also lost 12 villagers, and that is pretty rough. Buddhaman trying the same again here with the feudal man-at-arm rush. I'm definitely not sold on that strategy, especially considering that the last time he tried it was also not working because his opponent went fast castle ruse and then massed crossbows. So I don't think that this is gonna work again. Asher player doesn't know about that yet, so it's undetected for now. But yeah, there's not too much damage that you can actually do. We have a keep drop. Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You're getting the cheaper units that way. Villagers getting attacked by a wolf here. How's the ram push looking? Oh, we're going for another ram. Okay. So 4 rams so far, but we're still only 7 men-at-arms. There's another ram and some more men-at-arms. But yeah, we're rapidly losing the units, and then this is gonna get destroyed, and yeah, Asher player is just gonna move out, and then he's gonna move back because he's gonna see this and wants to defend against that. F that house, I guess. Man-at-arms just diving into TC now. Let's see, we have 6 man-at-arms in feudal age. I mean, they kill the man-at-arms, of course, but still, there's also a keep here, so you have the town center, you have to keep Royal Knights coming back. By the way, we do not have bloodlines yet, so you could have gone for the guild hall instead of the Royal Institute as well. But yeah, just pulling. How many villagers is that? We're just pulling 20 villagers to burn down the rams. Killed every man-at-arm in existence. And Buddhaman is basically dead. Yeah, basically dead. Okay, so this deer is running out, so he has to move over to this deer. They're just passing each other unbeknownst. But it doesn't really matter. You can just have a handful of other trees here, and you can defend that. And this army should be enough to clear the game now. I don't even know what to say at this point. It is just so rough watching the few feudal units getting decimated by all of these castle units. I'm not sure why we don't have the archers in veteran yet, but it doesn't really matter at this point. We're killing more villagers. 21 villager kills. Oof. All right. Yeah, that was a brutal one. A little bit of a back and forth here between those two, but definitely not the strategy that you want to utilize against the French. Yeah, village account, like that was a brutal fight here, and then like obviously you're gonna be behind in at all times, but not that much. You don't want to be behind that much. That was also great, losing all of your army here, losing all of your army here while you're aging up. But after that, like those two blunders, airship player stabilized and was able to, yeah, have the better eco, stay ahead, kill more units, kill more villagers, have more resources, and ultimately win the game. So, GG, and airship player 1 being the winner of the bottom bracket final. So they just reported that, so that should shortly be reflected as well. Let's see. So we do have lykos against Kingdom that we could grab. Yeah, the Rus game, that was cool. That was with the Abbey of the Trinity. That was a nice play. And so yeah, Lykos against Kingdom and Asokich against Dirtus, and I wanna see Kingdom playing. So let's take a brief look here in the middle bracket. So switch that over. Yeah, running the knights into the Order of the Dragon Spears was rough. If you can avoid that, you're gonna win the game much faster and much more easily. But yeah, so with that, let's switch over here to the mid-bracket finals, because they are also going on. And we're gonna speed it up just a little bit, because we are a little bit behind here. Kingdom playing the Macedonian Dynasty in yellow on the right side on Gorge. Lykos this time playing. So just to recap, both players have played against each other in the Swiss phase as well in round 3 on Scandinavia, and Lykos was playing the Delhi Sultanate and Kingdom was playing out of HRE, Holy Roman Empire. And so it was a little bit different with the mosque and going on water and all that. So this is a much more used matchup, I would guess, or at least used build order. And yeah, Kingdom going up with the Imperial Hippodrome and Dome of the Faith on the other side. Not really a surprise over there. Yeah, let's see what else. We do have all the upgrades coming in here for the Delhi. That is really nice. So that's exactly how it should go down. And stable was getting dropped, then it cancelled and dropped again. Alrighty. And horsemen, yeah. So that's the classic thing that you do as Macedonians to annoy and harass your opponent with the Imperial Hippodrome. Ghazi Raiders, they're fine, but they're not really countering anything here. So the only benefit that you have or advantage is you can pull them back and heal them up with your scholar or scholars. You have more than one. So Lykos able to push back that first initial aggression, but yeah, now kinda of course struggling. Okay, where do I go from here? Yeah, trying to circle around here, but not really finding a good angle of attack here, just because of the TC, obviously. Almost losing the Ghazi Raider here. And meanwhile, the Scholar getting harassed here as well. Again, more Ghazis trickling in. So should be able to eventually take the sacred sites. Also just being annoying here under the gold here, under the tower. Aggiemarker being added as well, so the spearmen of the Macedonians need to be careful over there. And we do not have, okay, I was gonna say we do have a blacksmith, and now we're also getting the upgrades. They just built that. We're getting a second blacksmith, I love that. So we just get the upgrades a little bit faster. So just need to delete them from your queue and then add them again with the blacksmith. Should do that soon, hopefully. Because otherwise, why you build that blacksmith? Okay, now, yeah, we're deleting them here, and now adding them back up here again. Also, we were looking for pro scouts, so Delhi pro scouting. I mean, why not? You're getting it for free. So that is definitely a good choice. And yeah, Kingdom trying to be annoying here, but not having any luck here. And meanwhile, Ghazi Raiders running out here. Well, if Kingdom wins this, I'm taking full credit, because he played every day with me last week, by the way, almost every day. So if you lose, that's Mira's fault. Yeah, he won a surprising amount of coaching, both by Asokich and then also by Myriad. So he right now, so for those wondering, by the way, he is Diamond 1. So used to be mid platinum, then he won coaching 2 times, and he practiced a lot with some friends, and now he's a diamond player. So really nice to done here, in terms of, you know, investing into the game in a sense. That golden horn tower could also be up here, and then you cover the gold, the woodline, the berries, that gold, and the boar over here. Because let's face it, if you have a golden horn tower here and then you build a wall over here, nobody's gonna go here anyway. So golden horn tower placement, gotta work on that one. But other than that, yeah. Yeah, and while that was going on, we did kind of miss that there were a lot of Ghazis just being completely evaporated from this world. And I'm not sure if that was worth it, so lykos throwing a little bit of army here, and not really able to have anything to show for it. Only 1 villager kill so far. And yeah, meanwhile Kingdom aged up to Castle Age. I mean, the good thing is that because Kingdom has been so active with the cavalry, he also managed to deny some of the sacred sites. I mean, just move a little bit forward and then you actually can capture that. So that scholar is kind of debating whether or not he wants to take that sacred site, apparently. But yeah, overall Macedonia is definitely in a good position right now. The eco is not too bad at this moment. And there's also, in terms of army, he's a little bit behind, but now he can spam Rizari and then he should be fine. Yeah, I mean, that is true, but like to my earlier point, you can put it more forward, put down a small wall on the side, and then you have the same effect. You know? So, just saying that if we're looking at what could be better, that definitely could have been better. Not losing any units here though, that's really nice. We don't have any relics or sacred sites being picked up. That scholar is still standing here, by the way. Like, why is that guy still not moving? Meanwhile, Ridari fighting against a spearman and winning, as you do. I mean, of course it's still feudal age, but winning very handily, by the way. So we do have. Wait, why do we not have these techs in queue. I mean, yeah, we just got castle age, so that's, you know, we can do that now. We can do that now. We have a few more here. We have a lot here, which should be clicked immediately. We have this as well here. We have some more here in. So yeah, queuing the techs as Delhi is pretty much more or less the first thing that you do unless you're in the middle of a fight, but there's no fight here, so we could do better here. Oh, I love this standoff. This is pretty hilarious. But yeah, Scholar deciding against that sacred site. Now just trying to defend the middle one. So yeah, we're just on one sacred site. He's going to the right side one now. Which I'm not sure why he didn't go for the middle, for the left side one, but yeah. A lot of spearmen here burning down that tower. Meanwhile, the Ghazis are a little bit overstaying their welcome here. But at least you get a few villager kills. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, we're now at 9 scholars, so that is okay-ish, I guess. But yeah, if you're not on gold and you don't have a lot of sacred sites, then having a lot of scholar production is, of course, pretty difficult. Scout getting killed, unfortunately, by the small. Yeah, by the small raiding party over there. How's Kingdom looking though? So he does have that in the back. The boar ran out, so he can go on the deer next, which he already does. But other than that, there's berries over here, which isn't the greatest food source, of course. And then he's kind of starting a farm transition over here. So overall is making it towards having a better eco than 350 food per minute, which is kinda abysmal. Yeah, losing the Varangian arsenal is quite painful. That's a lot of silver income per minute that he's gonna lose. Yeah, Lykos is back on track with with his cute techs. Yeah, has all the blacksmith upgrades, has all the eco upgrades in queue. So moving forward in that regard, also has one of the beautiful war elephants here in place, just keeping Kingdom busy. Meanwhile, he's just torching down Imperial Hippodrome, I guess. And yeah, so what does he have? So Varangian Stronghold 2. And that's it. Yeah, no archer range. Woof, yeah. Well, production buildings. Yeah, that is, you know, with the war camps, with the strongholds rather, that is one of the reasons why I like to have regular military production buildings as well. I mean, one, you cannot produce every unit from here, that's one thing, but also if you only build them and they're pretty expensive, it's gonna put you behind. So dropping 1 or 2 regular stables and archery rangers doesn't hurt. But yeah, for now Lykos being pushed back a little bit. He did get the Imperial Hippodrome down to half health. So if he continues the same idea, but maybe pulls some siege units, that might work a little bit better. Yeah, so diving the town center here. Not sure if we want to do that, especially now with the crossbows. They're kind of expensive units compared to the spearmen, so I wouldn't necessarily chase all these units here. We do have one Lancer and a few more on the field. I'm not sure where they're coming. There's more Spearmen coming over. Would maybe be time for men-at-arms to put the Horned Blades to good use. But yeah, now it needs to retreat here to not lose the crossbow numbers. Building up a tower here, just taking that deer yourself. Very nice. I like the use of the runestone, so Kingdom definitely using all that he has to make it work. But yeah, doesn't have enough production and overall ways to produce here right now. I mean, he also doesn't have the eco for that. Again, his food eco right now is pretty bad. He even gets his berries taken, which very unconventional wall building here on his part. There's one Lancer that actually could try to find some damage. I'm not sure where that one is going. Ooh, if he is building him in, oh gosh, that is no, don't do that. Oh my goodness, oh. Yeah, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why you do not take these berries from your opponent if you're not absolutely sure that you'll make it out alive. Oh, that is brutal. A good move for sure. Also, where's the crossbows? You have a lot of crossbows here. They should focus the artillery instead. But it could have been worse. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if Kingdom had walled him in completely and then attacked him, he would have killed all of the villagers actually. So that would have been huge. Now this way he just killed a few. Oh, I know. He built the walls before. I do know that. It's just that if he had finished them on the other side as well, just before he attacked, that would have been pretty brutal. Because then he would have killed all of the villagers there. So that would have been fun. Not for Delhi though. So yeah, we're diving the base yet again. We still only have 2 Varangian strongholds, and we don't have the eco to continue this fight. Just because Macedonians was running out of food and couldn't really go for a farm transition before this point. And yeah, also being behind a little bit of villagers doesn't help. And Delhi just also very strong in printing units, printing military. So overall, pretty equal in terms of eco as well, but just the military bringing lykos that edge that he needed to win the game. So GG the first game here. I think. Wait, let me. Before I say any more, I need to check if they actually had more games already. So let's see, match history. Okay. Oh, so that was the second game actually. So Lykos winning 2-0. The first one was on Cliffside. Oh my god. I'm kind of glad that I didn't see that one. The first one was on Cliffside, House of Lancaster against House of Lancaster. I'm glad I didn't have to watch that. 34 minutes. Wow, okay. And so Lykos winning that one, and Lykos won the second one with just now Delhi against Macedonians. And so that's it for the middle bracket. And let us head over very, very quickly to the top bracket because they're also still going, and then we can just try to catch up here. Asokich against Dirtus. Let me find. Why do I not have Dirtus in my friend list? Oh well. Let's see. So there. Oh my goodness. What is wrong with these people? Why do they all play mirror? Oh. We're gonna see another mirror, but at least it's gonna be a mirror match that should be a little bit more interesting. The emphasis is on should. And yeah, so we're gonna play. Let's switch that over. Dirtus is playing the Japanese in blue on the right side of Scandinavia, and Asokich is playing the Japanese in green on the left side. So both players playing Scandinavia, Scandinavia playing Japanese. Scandinavia is not a civilization. And Dirtus starting with the barracks, and Asokich is not. So that could already be very interesting to watch. Both players having their gold forward and outside of TC range, so you can actually burn the forge and you can deny the gold completely. Asokich has not yet scouted the barracks and hasn't scouted the spearmen because Dirtus, being the smart player that he is, putting the barracks in the back. So yes, you take 3 more seconds to walk, but then it's also harder to scout. Yeah, lykos, I actually did cast the Macedonians against how did I forget that already? Delhi, against Delhi. I did cast that. But yeah, so let's see. So Spearman is just chilling here. That is not good. We would want them to not chill. We want them to attack. So second and third Spearman is already out, and yeah. So by the time that Dirtus arrives here, Asokich already has almost enough gold. He can just pull the villager. Force drop a little bit, pull some more. So he will be able to get to the fuel age just because there was a slight delay here in Dirtus' attack. But yeah, so not gonna deny the fuel age, of course. But just gonna be super annoying. Spearman is gonna lose his life. Unfortunately. And yeah, there we have it. The Koka Township. So right now, yeah, Dirtus is now moving onto the dock here. But that's gonna be super painful to play with because of the Koka Township. And he is scrambling right now with the resources. Just because he went for Dark Age aggression and also for a Dark Age dock. So yeah. That's gonna be a really late age up. Now just dropping the forge here. And by the time that the Dirtus has enough resources, Asokich will already be in feudal age. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he will manage that. Yeah, it's definitely very historical. Japanese playing a mirror on a landmass surrounded by water on multiple sides. Yeah. I guess it's not Scandinavia, it's Kyoto or something. So. Fort is getting repaired here, so he doesn't want to lose it. If anybody's wondering, the resources you spend to repair it are a lot less than if you would just let it burn down and build it new. So repairing that, even if it's super low health, does make sense. And yeah, now we have the Koga Township, and of course immediately the Shinobi getting queued. I mean, the first one is free, so that's why you get it. And Dirtus is getting really close to the feudal age. Just needs a little bit more food. Now you have it, and let's go. And we have the Kura storehouse. Okay, that is an interesting choice. I mean, basically, with the Koga Township, Dirtus should lose water pretty hard. I mean, I'm really curious to see that. It turns out to be, it could actually be a very interesting mirror match, just because both players playing it completely different. And yeah, we'll see. Shinobi moving over to the first dock here, so that he will sabotage that one, and which means, yeah, you cannot produce anything from here for the time being. And also, yeah, I mean, you're in feudal age anyway, so not in feudal age anyway, so no more military ships for the time being. Also dropping another dock of his own here. Fishing boats getting saved here for now, but the junk here is already doing some significant damage. Kurastar is now being rushed up with 5 villagers. Dirtus really needs to get into the feudal age, but yeah, production is disabled while sabotaged, and so you're not actually getting anything here. And with the amount of Shinobi here being 2 already, there's no way that you're gonna produce anything from here, so Villager would have to drop another dock here, which is also getting disabled, so you would have to drop another dock, and so on and so forth. So, losing water before the game even really begins, just because of the Shinobi. And that's why I'm really curious about the Kura storehouse. I mean, it's a great landmark, but on a hybrid map, especially if you know that your opponent is definitely also gonna go on water, I feel like the Shinobi would have been the better choice. Well, Kingdom, you know, I could be really sassy and say, if I won't cast your losses, I couldn't cast any games at all. But I would never say that, so I won't say that. But I could, you know, I could say that. Yeah, so Dirtus in a rough position already on the water. Was able to put out a war junk here. So that, of course, yeah, countering the archer ship here. Dirtus able to save just a few fishing boats here. Also the Shinobi going down to watery grave here, right next to a deer? How did that happen? That poor deer. So yeah, maybe Dirtus isn't losing the water battle after all. Now has 2 Springle ships here. Ooh, but there's a demo ship. Run! Or not? Maybe? No? Okay. Ouch! That was some significant damage here. Yeah, villager trying to repair the dock, but getting sniped in the last second by the Shinobi. And a good connection here from the demo ship. Well, okay, while all of this is going on, let's move over to the left side. Asokich moving out on that water here as well, so untapped resources getting claimed. There's one more Shinobi chilling here, and Dirtus also now moving out to the left side, but unfortunately getting scouted out immediately. How's the water fight looking? Okay, so we're losing the sprinkled ships. There's more demo coming in. Ooh, that's gonna be a good connection, but also good connection here on Dirtus' side. So first equalizing that. Still, the warjunk is making it out alive here. Killed a few fishing boats, but with the healing, oh no, it was not enough. The fishing boat actually didn't heal the sprinkle ship here. Now the ship is getting destroyed. And yeah, with the dog healing and with the fishing boat healing, that is kind of annoying uphill battle. Shinobi in the woodland, they're doing a good amount of damage here as well on the villagers. So idling out the woodline here, doing some damage, killing a few villagers here. Overall, really nice. And with the 2 dogs, not sure if the production will be enough. That was a good connection, doing a lot of damage on the dog as well as killing the sprinkled ship here. So Dirtus doing, putting out a good effort here to keep the water, but I don't think that this is gonna be enough here on this side. Meanwhile, his dog got constructed, but not sure if that's gonna be enough. Looks like Dirtus kind of gave up on the right side here. Well, Kingdom, you know, joke's on you. If you wanna make me play next week and have me lose, next week is gonna be the 2v2 tournament. So, who are you gonna play with then? Because I heard that you wanted to play with me, but if I'm losing, then you're also losing. So, is that really what you want? Yeah, so I haven't made an official announcement yet, because usually we do the announcements after the weekend. But next weekend I would love to host our first special event of this year, which would be a 2v2. So usually we host 1v1 tournaments just like this one, but basically roughly once per month or every other month we do special events. So we did a couple of 2v2s in the past. We once did host a 3v3 tournament, that was also really fun. And we also had all random tournaments before, and one-trick pony tournaments. So you basically, when you pick a civ and then you play it for the whole game, for the whole tournament. That's also really fun. And we're also kind of looking into free-for-alls, but that's a little bit more tricky to make work. But yeah, so next weekend, 2v2 tournament. As the name suggests, you grab a mate, you grab your girlfriend, your mom, whoever, and then we'll play 2 against 2. Same format as here with the Swiss and just in 2v2. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't know. Like, it's just Springle ship shooting at Springle ships. It is not super exciting, other than the occasional shinobi jumping into action, but I'm not sure if... Okay, let's take a look at the resources per minute. So Asokich right now has about double the... Well, okay, now the food right now is pretty even. He still has more wood and he has 3 times as much gold income. So overall, his eco is looking a lot better. He also has a lot more eco units, taking out the dock almost completely with the 2 demo ships here. But on the other side, wait, I'm not sure which dock that was. I think it was from Dirtus actually, I'm not sure. Maybe it was from Asokich. Yeah, it must have been from Dirtus actually. So losing a dock here, losing a dock here as well. So this water side is completely taken by Asokich, and the right side he also did lose a pond. So looking a little bit rough around the edges here. Asokich going up with the floating gate. Dirtus is not too far behind, so in that regard it's still very, very even. It's just gonna be a lot more difficult for Dirtus to win the longer the game goes, just because of all the water eco that Asokich can have. Which, let's do the math here. We have 3 fishing boats here. We have 1 more here. It's actually not that much, but it's nice. It's nice to have and your opponent doesn't have it, so there's that. Dirtus now also going up with the floating gate, so he's a little bit behind, but it's not massively. And yeah, now of course we're moving into stable, so Mounted Samurai, and yeah, if both players are playing Mounted Samurai, then Asokich should be ahead because he already has the lead. He can already start, but at the same time now we also have a double stable here from Dirtus, so pretty even. We have a Yorishiro here in the stable, which increases the production speed, of course. So should be able to pump out Mounted Samurai very, very quickly. At the same time, nothing... Other than that, nothing really is happening right now. Floating a lot of gold here. So a little bit low on the food department. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to suggest. Build more fishing boats. Now that he has the water control, he can just build fishing boats and be happy. The same over here. So the food issues should be solved fairly soon. And with the... Where's the Shinto priest when you need them? There you go. There's the Shinto priest. So yeah, picking up the relics already. Very, very nicely done. And... somehow Dirtus has more Mounted Samurai than Asokich, which is a little bit surprising to me. We have a Buddhaman fighting against Mounted Samurai. That is not exactly what you want to do. Meanwhile, Asokich moving out to the gold here in the front. I mean, I'm kind of surprised how, if we're looking at destroyed value, if we're looking at villager kills, how even this game still is. Army value is still fairly even. But it should skyrocket for Asokich really, really soon, just because he has so many more eco units. He has so many more fishing boats. And so in terms of, yeah, as I'm saying that, if we're looking at the food per minute now skyrocketing up to almost 2000 food per minute, and Dirtus is sitting at 750, that is pretty substantial. So that's almost 3 times as much food income. Gold income for now dropped really significantly for Asokich, but just because he had to move to a different gold. And wood income is not that important at this moment, although it still means food eco in the end for Asokich because he's on water, so he could still add more fishing boats if he wanted to. Yeah, so it looks even, but it really shouldn't. Like, just from what is on the field, it kind of looks even, but it actually shouldn't be that even, and it really isn't. But at the same time, we do have 14 or 13 mounted samurai here, so if we can keep that number, if you don't lose that, and we're staying equal on sacred sites and relics, that actually doesn't look too bad. Just missing the mounted samurai, the Buddhaman here for Dirtus, so we do have one on Asokich side, and that really changes the dynamic and the outcome of the fight. That mounted samurai just getting deleted basically. That is pretty crazy. And yeah, now Asokich is in the driver's seat again. Has more mounted samurai. He does have an Buddhaman already, so he does have that bonus. And Dirtus is just now getting one himself, but he has less numbers right now. Unfortunately, not getting that relic here. Shinobi, not the Shinobi, the Shinto priest was able to pick it up, but not bring it home. Getting some villager kills here, that's kind of nice, but again, at the same time you're throwing away some of your mounted samurai, and it's a little bit like in French Mirrors, where if your opponent has a lot more of the same unit, in this case mounted samurai, then fighting them is not only not fun, it's also almost impossible. So, not sure how long Dirtus' eco can keep up with this, because yeah, if we're looking at the eco, it got up, especially the gold department, quite heavily for Asokich. He's floating a little bit of resources, not too much, and he's also ahead in eco techs, so that also is a slight advantage that he has. Yeah, I think what the Shinobi really did as a damage here is cannot be underestimated. They basically won Asokich the water almost single-handedly, and now it's kind of cool to have the core storehouse, of course, but yeah, you don't have the numbers to contest all of these mounted samurai. He can just dive your base, and there's not gonna be a way for you to come back from that. So Dirtus choosing a different strategy, and I think not the better one, and Asokich being able to win this game, to win water as well, and then yeah, just having the better eco, and yeah, military of course as well. And I do need to check their check the match history to see if like what we're looking at whether or not that was their first game, last game. So let's see, match history for Asokich. So okay, Dry Arabia was that was the semifinal, so he did play. Yeah, so Asokich won the first game, Ruse against Sengoku Daimyo on Oasis. And now there was the second one on Scandinavia with the Japanese mirror, so Asokich winning 2-0 here. Yeah, already got reported here, so Asokich 2-0 against Dirtus. GG, and congratulations for being the king, I don't know, being the winner of the top bracket. Let's recap briefly before we head out and rate someone. The middle bracket, even though it doesn't show the correct players, Lykos was playing 2-0 against Kingdom. And the bottom bracket, which was the first bracket to finish, airship player playing against Buddhaman, losing the first game, but was then able to win the next two, so winning 2-1. So yeah, congratulations for you or to you. And with that, yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, for joining us or me to this Loyal Legends tournament. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that I'm gonna see you next week again. Again, next week we're gonna have a 2v2 tournament, so do not miss out on that. And yeah, let's see. I'll just yeah, let's rate. That should do it. Oh, I'm stupid. I put the name wrong. So yeah. Also, if you don't like me and if you sign up, you give me more work, more stuff to do. So that would really be bad for me. So if you like me, you should sign up. If you don't like me, you also should sign up either way. Thanks, guys, and see you next week.